Yeah, there's much more.
Yeah, I admit to being rather oblivious about all of that. It's what it is. Oh, yeah, me too.
Good morning, everyone. My gavel has been removed. I'm not sure what this means. All right. Welcome, everyone, to the Thursday, June 8th, 2023 Board of Forestry Hybrid Public Meeting, Day 2. For the record, I'm Jim Kelly, Chair of the State Board of Forestry. I'll quickly call out the board members to ensure that we don't lose anyone, and we're ready for today's discussion. So roll call. Liz, Akawa.
Chair Kelly, I'm present.
All right. Carla Chambers. Ben Doimling.
Here.
Chandra Ferrari.
Here.
Joe Justice.
Here.
Brenda McComb.
Here.
And obviously I'm here as well. Okay. Thanks for being present, board members. And now I get to pass the baton over to the facilitator for item 8, Forestry Program for Oregon Planning Work Session. Robin, would you like to introduce yourself for the record and get us going for the day?
Thank you, Chair Kelly. Robin Harkless for the record with Oregon Consensus. Nice to see you all in beautiful Sisters, Oregon. I really want to appreciate the hosts far and wide, including the staff who helped pull this whole thing together. I just always feel like we need to nod over to them because they do so much work to get us all into this room together. So for today, we will be continuing our conversations around the Forestry Program for Oregon development. And I think to start, because we've got the extended leadership here of the combination of board members and executive team leadership, we'll do a go around with some introductions so we know who's around the table and who will be engaged in this discussion today. So I'll just turn to my left.
Good morning, everyone. Ryan Gordon. I serve as the Planning Branch Director with ODF.
Good morning, everyone. Chandra Ferrari, a board member.
Morning, folks. I'm Brian Pugh. I serve as the Area Director for Eastern Oregon.
Good morning, Derek Gasparini, Interim Public Affairs Director.
Good morning, everybody. Mike Shaw. I serve as Chief of Fire Protection for ODF.
Ben Doimling, board member.
Morning, everyone. Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief.
Brenda McComb, board member.
Joy Krasik, ODF's interim HR director.
Carla Chambers, board member.
Good morning, everyone. Dave Larson, Southern Oregon Area Director.
Good morning, Liz Agpawa, board member.
Good morning, Don Everingham, fairly new to my position as Northwest Oregon Area Director.
Morning, I'm Greg Grimsrud. I'm the Chief Information Officer, Forestry. Joe Justice, board member.
Cal McMoto, State Forester.
Jim Kelly, the guy who's always talking too much.
I think we have two on the virtual platform today, so we'll turn it to Kyle and James for intros.
Hey, good morning. Kyle Abraham, I serve as the Deputy State Forester. Good to see everybody today, if only virtual, but the screen looks good. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm James Short. I'm the agency Chief Financial Officer.
All right, thank you. So we don't have a lot of time on the agenda today to talk about the forestry program for Oregon. So I'll orient us pretty quickly, but I do feel like as an information item, it's important for us to kind of reorient or orient to process and procedure, how this process specifically is unfolding. So one thing I'd like us to pull up, you'll have in the materials that were distributed and posted online is the work plan. So if we could just pull that up and take a look at that quickly. So here we are. This is really just the work plan for the 2023 calendar year, essentially. And what we've accomplished so far is the subcommittee, and I'll nod to the board members who will provide a little bit of opening comments before we dive into the content for the day. But they've been working really hard, meeting monthly, and doing some in-between work to try to evolve some of the content and actually help to tee up these conversations that we've been having along the way at board retreats and in these board meetings of public space. So where they've gotten so far is established a vision, and with agency leadership have drafted a joint mission statement that you'll find in the document. They started to work on a set of really high level, this is still very much conceptual, high level goals. There are 4 of them that have been articulated so far. And you all talked a little bit about those high level at our April retreat in Enterprise. And we did a pretty robust conversation all together about one of them, the Resilient Communities goal, and have gotten a lot of content for them to develop and evolve from those conversations in April. So that's a body of work that is in motion. And I just want to give kudos to the subcommittee who have been sort of holding this for all of you and trying to evolve this along the way. And now we're going to pivot to another goal, which is the biodiversity goal. It's actually called functional and dynamic ecosystems in the draft. And we'll have a conversation about that today. So it's really just another roll up the sleeves and brainstorm with all of the leadership here to get some ideas and thoughts about how you might define that goal and what some of those high level strategies could be. So these aren't the sort of operational tactic action related pieces of the puzzle. This is really much higher in strata. And it's important to kind of lean in with you along the way to get some of the thinking, the collective thinking of this group so that they can evolve these pieces as we go. And as you'll see on the work plan, we don't really get into work plans, actions, and metrics until 2024. So the goal for this year is to get a really good conceptual framework of the FPFO, high-level goals and strategy areas for each of the goals, and really start to tip that into more action-oriented work that primarily will be sort of the agency's job to really kind of develop those action plans. And the full document itself, the kind of official formal document that needs to be ratified, will happen next year. And there will be a focused public comment process around that document, probably in the winter or spring of next year. So I wanted to just tip that out to manage expectations around how we're approaching this right now. And I want to just remind all of us that one of the commitments that was really articulated at the outset of this process was to try to bridge agency and board leadership into this joint development of this document. And so that's really why this process has been designed the way it has. So I want to just pause there and turn to the 3 board members who have been serving on the subcommittee, Joe and Ben and Brenda, and just invite you in to offer a little leader intent for the conversation for today. Then I'll turn it to you.
You guys deferring to me? I'll try. Thanks, Robin. I think it is important to understand the process and to remind ourselves of the process, because one of the things that is a struggle is we come back to this kind of infrequently and we have to kind of circle around, which is somewhat frustrating. But I think the things that I would just remind the group here is that the things that we talked about, being bold, setting clear vision that can be understandable and direction that is broad enough, but yet specific enough that we understand, people can understand, and we end up ultimately with a document that's used and isn't shelved. And so, and also another thing we talked about was something that's concise. And, Brenda and I have worked quite a bit. That can be a very challenging thing to do, is to bring a lot of these things to a concise nature that are really understandable and impactful and meaningful. So that's just what I would offer from the subcommittee. It was important to me, and turn it over to, I guess, Ben.
Thanks, Joe, for that. Ben Darnling for the record. And yeah, I find these brainstorming sessions incredibly helpful as we as a subcommittee try to sort of distill the larger set of thoughts into, like what Joe said, something that's bold and concise. And that's a tall order to have both of those in a short level document. And I think for me, as you know, as we are working on the community's goal, and now as we're working on the ecosystems goal, what are those attributes that we all, as the folks around this room and all of us in Oregon, share? What can we agree on that really we want from these goals? And they're very high level. They're shared values. They're shared aspirations. And like Robin said, there's tactics and strategies of how we achieve those. Those get diffuse. Those go to, you know, a lot of local input, a lot of strategies and tactics of how we get there. But I think the way I'm coming at this today is how do we find agreement on those high level values that would be in this case reflected in what is a functional and dynamic ecosystem. How do we agree on all of those elements that go into that goal? And then, as Robin said, later on this year, we'll figure out how do we get there?
Well, I don't have a whole lot to add to what Joe and Ben said. I think the whole committee, agency, executive team and other members, as well as the board members, have had some really rich discussions. But I think one common theme that comes out in addition to what Ben and Joe said is that we are in a time of transition. Whether it be agency staffing transition, whether it be challenges that we face through climate changes, political transitions, economic transitions. There's a lot of uncertainty out there. And one thing that is certain in my mind is we're not going back and we're not going to stay the same. We've got to move forward in a direction that will meet the needs and expectations for all Oregonians. So it's that idea that we somehow capture these definitions for community resilience and ecosystems and others with a vision that looks toward a future that we think is going to meet those needs. So thinking about transition is kind of a key foundational term here. But Ben, Joe, add anything that I might have missed or overstated too? Okay.
Good.
Yeah, so the other half of the coin is the agency leadership. So we have a number of folks that have been serving from the agency side on the subcommittee as well. So I just want to acknowledge that Ryan and Mike Wilson, who's not with us today, Ryan Greco, who I don't think is with us on the call today. And we heard the request that we really need to make sure we're engaging field level leadership. And so Ryan has a little update on that, kind of the configuration of the subcommittee. And also that there was a question last time, I think Liz, you might have raised it around, you know, how are we going to sort of iteratively stay engaged in this and get to a no surprises product at the end. And so I would just suggest that both through the updates regularly through these public events, but also the subcommittee will be meeting monthly for now extending into 2 hours a month to try to do a little more lift on the work. But we're really hoping to kind of keep sending iterative drafts out your way. And if you have substantive ideas or suggestions that you want to bring to the subcommittee, clear channel through Ryan. Ryan could grab those and bring those into the subcommittee as they're working monthly on this stuff. They're really keeping their eye on this. And then if you have process or procedure questions or suggestions, more than welcome to reach out to me and or Ryan to make sure that we're hearing that along the way, because we really want to make sure, if nothing else, there's no surprise at the end, that we're all sort of, while we may not fully agree on all the pieces, that we are swimming in the same process stream, if you will. So at a minimum, let's keep that part, sort of cohesive. So Ryan, do you want to add some more about process?
Yeah, so I'll just pick up on a couple of the things that Robin mentioned. First, in terms of subcommittee work, we are adding Dave Larson. He's our Southern Oregon Area Director to the subcommittee to help bring a little bit more field perspective into that work and into those discussions. Also, to try to create a little bit more space for executive team conversation around the strategic planning effort. We're working to set up monthly meetings that sort of are in parallel, I almost maybe say shadow or in parallel to the subcommittee meetings that are occurring monthly that Robin was referring to. And the intent there is that hopefully at least those executive team members who are actively engaged and sitting on that subcommittee are able to come to those, but they'll be open to the entire executive team. So if other folks are able to fit that into their schedule and drop in, certainly welcome that. And of course, we're keeping all those meetings open to Cal and Jim as well. I know everybody wants another meeting on their calendar, but the point is that we're trying to create as much space as we can to focus on this body of work moving forward. I also wanted to take just a minute to address input outside of the executive team and the board and outside of these meetings into this process. So we are working with Oregon Kitchen Table to help us design and pursue a community engagement strategy and a timeline or an overview of their proposed process is included in the board packet. I know we've talked about that several times here and at some of the subcommittee meetings. I'm waiting for that work to develop a little bit more before we bring them in with the full board for an update. But I think that we will get them into one of the subcommittee meetings here in the next month or two for an update on where they're at. In terms of other engagement, there's a lot of work to be done, to be done internally and externally still. And I think that it's really, so Robin laid out the timeline earlier. We're not looking to have a final-ish product until probably early to mid next year. And we've got a lot of work to do to kind of flesh this out. And so I think before we need to have that in place, something more substantive, I think, in place that we can share and people can react to. So just a kind of a reminder of the road ahead, we've got our board retreat in October, which is going to be down in the Rogue Valley. And that'll probably be a good, touch point to have a more substantive bit of work together. And I think then after that, we're much better positioned to allow or bring in public input through some of the standard board engagement processes at board meetings or through community socials. And we'll be able to kind of ramp up the internal piece within the agency as well. But I'm thinking that it makes sense to just really allow some development space and continue to work through the forums that I've just kind of talked through and identified. So I think I'll leave it at that. Hopefully I hit the right notes there, Robin. And if there's any questions or feedback, certainly welcome it.
Sorry, no, just kind of piqued my interest. I noticed on the timeline there was for next, I guess, fall, the water related forum, and you were mentioning other boards and commissions. And I'm just kind of curious what the thoughts were around that. And if there's been any coordination with those other boards and commissions, because I know that certainly takes a lot of time to do.
Yeah, so that's the September board meeting that is planned for Salem, excuse me. And we are in the early stages of beginning to coordinate some of that. So we've started to get a kind of a draft agenda together and started some outreach to staff at the agencies that we want to invite. And certainly there is a nexus and an intentional nexus to our strategic planning. Hope that helps. Is that helping too?
Question on that.
For those that are regulated by Department of Forestry, Department of Ag, DEQ, all these various entities, the regulatory authority goes like this, not like this. And I guess I want to understand the scope and purpose. I'm looking at it from a point of view of 42 federal, state, local entities that either regulate, fee, fine, or tell us what to do. I want to be sure I understand the scope and purpose of lots of meetings, lots of coordination. Where are we going, Ryan, is my question.
With respect to the September board meeting
Just
specifically.
in general, as we go this direction, when the regulatory authority goes this direction, I just want to understand what the roadmap and purpose and scope is.
I'll take a stab at it and welcome others to join in. So while there may be some vertical integration in in how the regulation works, clearly in my mind, there's overlap, right? And so like our social last night demonstrates the overlap between DEQ and ODF around smoke management, for example. And those are the areas I think where we have the opportunity to have conversation and coordinate with those other agencies.
I understand, and I get that coordination, but there is not overlap in terms of regulatory authority. And that's where, for those that sit on the being regulated side, I know there's a lot of questions, that go through people's minds. So I thought that conversation with the DEQ was terrific last night, but I just want you to be thoughtful about what that end game looks like.
Certainly. I think I guess I would add, using last night's conversation as an example, I understand that there may not be a legal overlap, but as the conversation uncovered last night or explored last night, DEQ's regulations, EPA's regulations have clear impact on the ability of ODF, private landowners, the Forest Service to conduct certain operations that are important for some of the landscape resiliency work that we're pursuing. And that's where I think, there's that opportunity and an important opportunity for discussion and coordination so that we can explore those impacts, understand them, and try to mitigate them to achieve shared objectives, which is what I heard between DEQ and ODF last night. But others, by all means.
Yeah, I guess that kind of gets to my question a little bit too, but if we're talking about it in the context of FPFO, which I'm assuming that's what we're doing, then we're talking from the starting place of our shared goals and objectives, recognizing that each agency has a little different part of that. And that can be frustrating to regulated communities sometimes, or other stakeholders, right? Who do I go to? So how are they coordinating? Is this efficient? We get those questions all the time. And so it seems to me there is a good opportunity for us to be having conversations about joint goals and objectives as they relate clearly to what the department and what the board wants to do. And then are there opportunities to do that in a better way? That's the next step, right? Like what's each of our piece here? Is there a way to make things more efficient or to coordinate better here or whatever that mechanism might be? I think I would say that all of the sister agencies and boards and commissions recognize that there's always opportunities to do things better. And so that would be a great conversation. And I'm assuming, is that what we're trying to do with the forum? Is identifying those areas of overlap? And sorry, because we're sharing our microphone.
Yes, that is the intent there. And I think just to build some understanding and awareness of our collective work and where it does overlap. I know from my experience, oftentimes we don't actually always recognize and understand where those overlaps are. And that is the piece that I think is probably frustrating to all of us, but particularly the regulatory community.
Ben Doimling here for the record, just to follow on this, I think where the nexus, and Carla, I appreciate your question. The nexus with the FPFO work is that this is really an all lands document. It's really about all forest land in Oregon, and the department and the board has oversight, has a portion of forests in Oregon really fall under our purview. And how do we, and the forestry program for Oregon also is not really a regulatory document. It's not setting out rules, things like that. Rulemaking is not part of this work. But I think that how can we make sure that we're not working at cross purposes with other agencies? How can we make sure that we aren't siloed and each doing our own thing that may be all in service of the same goal or maybe not, but unless we have those conversations, we don't know that.
So again, Ben steals most of the words out of my brain and they come out of his mouth. So thank you, Ben, for that. So I want to come back to a point that I think Joe made at the very beginning, and that is high level. Digging down into the weeds of where regulatory authority lies and how it might influence regulations that occur in other agencies. I think that's something that we'll get into with the tactics and the how-tos. But at a high level, for forest lands in Oregon, what do we see as the future for those ecosystems, for those social systems in the face of climate change? And recognize that regulations change and there's going to be change. Change, again, change is the constant here. Change is the certainty. So try to think about high level things and not yet, and I know it's difficult, not yet get down into the weeds of how we're going to get there.
Anything else, Carla? Well, the business community just has a different view. I respectfully hear this, but I also realize that those of us that run, sizable businesses work really hard to stay in concert with the regulatory, demands, which are very, very high. So it is just really understanding. We are the Board of Forestry. We're not the board of everything. We are the Board of Forestry, and really being thoughtful about those constituents that we actually do represent and oversee.
Yeah, great. Thanks for raising that.
Carla, could you clarify what you would like? Because I'm confused.
Well, just listening to this conversation and, I just want to understand where we're going here. I mean, we've got New York City here this morning with every flight canceled going into the city. This is a forestry derived issue. The cost, we get these ecosystems, we understand the threat, we understand the change. Many of us are living through that every single day, working in that, managing through that change, not just surviving, but being progressive leaders in that change. And I want to be sure we're really thoughtful in how we're helping the forest sector in this state thrive, not just deal with the consequences, but how do we thrive and lead and find ourselves on the other side with more resilient, healthier forests, not just fluffy words on a page, but how do we truly deal with the reality of where we're at, the costs of where we're at, and not just have this be a, fluffy document that sits on the shelf. I guess that's where I'm going.
So
those of us living in, there is a phenomenal amount of change and we're having to deal with that, on the go, and we get that.
So Carla, perhaps what you're trying to say is that at the end of the day, although, it's great for us to have that level of coordination that makes sure we're not doing anything dumb and that we're aware of where the boundaries are with some of the other regulatory authorities, that at the end of the day, we clearly simply have to own this process and own our regulation and own every of this ourselves. I think that's what I'm hearing you try to say.
Thank you.
Okay.
You said that.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's be sure we know who we are.
Yeah, and
exactly.
can I just say one thing, Carla, maybe to help you as I think about this, it's very important that the other agencies that have direct relationships with ODF understand our clear vision. And that's what I see in bringing them into the conversation, is that they truly understand what is our vision. What is this department's and this board's vision for Oregon? And that's how for me, that's why you bring them in. You bring them at the table, is communication to them.
Yeah, that's great. I really appreciate this conversation, just taking note on sort of the framing and approach for this and really making sure to, maintain that centering of board forestry in that conversation. So I appreciate that this has been surfaced so that we can kind of really do some thinking around that. And it's important. So thank you. And we'll get there and let's just commit to offering up a clearer scope, as you said, Carla, around what we're looking at for September. Let's do that in short order so that there's, people don't have to sit out there and wonder what this conversation is all about. In the meantime, if we could spend this less than an hour now, focusing back on the FPFO, which I think is important. We sent out another visual that we could pull up, I think. I believe it was sent with the materials and is posted. It is, okay. So some of the agency folks and I just had a conversation, and I did check in with a couple board members about this too, of like, is this kind of, how could this be a helpful visual? And from a really non-technical perspective, what I see in this as it relates to these conversations of the FPFO is that you've got on this left side, the ecosystem services, which is really the human-centric piece of the puzzle. And we had a lot of rich conversation under the umbrella of the resilient communities goal in April that really seemed to sort of fit inside and kind of wrap around with this piece of the puzzle. And for today, we'll pivot over to the right side of the puzzle, which is the services to ecosystems, sort of the forest-centric goal of biodiversity. And I thought this might be important, and I'd love Ryan to add some more flavor to this perspective, that these two are interrelated. One does not happen without the other, and we're not leaving one behind or choosing one or the other, but we're really looking at this as a interrelated dynamic. And so while the subcommittee continues to evolve that resilient communities piece of the puzzle, we're going to pivot now to have some brainstorm conversation about the biodiversity piece. So that's really why we wanted to put this out there, is just maybe a helpful visual, maybe a helpful kind of tool for you to put into your conceptual mind as we're going into these discussions for today.
I didn't see that one. I know you've shown this before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we can get that out before.
Okay, and we do, yeah, I've got hard copies for the folks around the table, so we can pass that around. And okay, all right.
I know that graphic is coming around, and I don't know if I can say a lot more insightful than what Robin already offered, other than that when she brought this forward, or maybe staff, I don't remember exactly the genesis, but when it came forward, I just felt it really spoke to some of the things that we've been wrestling with in the subcommittee in terms of, and I think some of the conversation that I heard, although remotely at the last retreat in Enterprise, as we've been wrestling at sort of the relationship between communities and the resources that surround them. And as Robin articulated, I think a really important part of this conversation is to understand the interdependent nature of that relationship. The idea, in a sense, that you can't really have a healthy community without a healthy ecosystem, and the opposite is true as well. There's kind of a reflection there. So that is to say that if you don't have good, strong, vibrant, healthy local economies, folks who live in those communities are not in a great position to really be thinking about and investing in the forest or the ecosystem around them, and vice versa. If the forest or the ecosystem, the natural environment around a community is not in a good state, then it can't provide the benefits and the resources that are needed for that, certainly that human community to persist and to thrive. And I know we set as a kind of a benchmark that we didn't want to make this all about human communities. That we talked about making forests first. I think Ben said that. So I do want to acknowledge that. But I just think inherent in this conversation we've been having is that tension that can exist there. And we've seen it play out. And I feel like this graphic does kind of a nice job of breaking that down and allows us then to focus on elements on both sides, both in the human system and in the ecosystem that are important. And perhaps that then allows us to frame up our conversation around the goal for communities and then also that goal for ecosystems that we're going to dive into today. So I don't know if that was much wisdom, but I'm happy to offer those thoughts.
All right, so let's get into the conversation. I'm going to do like we did last time and put you in small groups. So for the folks that are paying attention via the virtual platform and for the members of the public, we'll take probably 35, 40 minutes in small groups. I wish we had more time, really wish we had more time. I'm sure the subcommittee wishes you had more time to gather some input from this group, but to that end, we'll get you moving quickly. And what I'd like you to do is really take a look at this particular goal theme, functional and dynamic ecosystems. And, maybe sort of thinking about that conceptual framework in the picture and as a small group come up with how you might actually offer a definition, kind of a high level definition of that. And then what might be some of the strategy areas that you'd want to evolve into sort of operational actions over time. So with all of the sort of wisdom of the leader's intent from the subcommittee members that they shared this morning, keeping that in mind as well. Let's go into small groups. We'll do some brainstorming and we'll have maybe a quick report out at the end. We'll grab all those notes and put them back into the subcommittee for evolving this section of the document of the we'll call it an outline at this point, conceptual outline at this point. So I'm going to take myself off the mic and just organize folks into small groups. And for those that are listening in, we'll be back before 9:30. We'll come back around 9:20 to just do a quick report out and transition to the next agenda item for the day. So appreciate it.
Morning, everyone. It's really not that loud. Can you, okay, great. Morning, everyone. Just a quick update. We're going to extend and give the work groups a little bit more time. So we're actually not going to reconvene till 9:35. And we'll adjust the break slides to show that. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around.
Anyway,
Gaveling.
Yeah.
Oh,
There we go.
I'll keep asking you questions.
But more like groveling.
I mean, things like, where's the mill to take it? We can talk a couple truckloads, but 40 truckloads, that's like, there's no one to take.
All right.
At this point, so there's a chicken.
All right, so welcome back. Appreciate the patience of the folks that are listening in. Just wanted to give the board members and executive team a little bit more time to work on this brainstorming. And we were going to take just a little more time yet to have some report out so folks can hear about the conversations that you've been having in the small groups. We'll take all of that material into the subcommittee and have the subcommittee really evolve this section of the yet to be formed document around this particular goal. So with that, I'm going to turn first to Joe's group and hear from one of you of what you came up with.
So Dave.
And let's just take,
All right.
if we could just limit it to like 3 minutes or so, we'll kind of go around. I wish we had a lot more time for dialogue, but we have to honor the next item. So.
All right,
Thanks.
good morning again. For the record, Dave Larson. So since I've got 3 minutes, I'll pare it all down because we've probably got 35 minutes worth of material. So really productive group. So no, we had a really great conversation there. And so as we're trying to think about the definitions there, several things came, words or concepts came up, and it was like mosaics, that diverse, what's that look like? The ability to adapt. And then we looked at you've got various age stands. You're just not all one age class. You've got various species and various age classes in there. And then, we really started looking at, what is the goal there? So it's like keeping all the parts in place and with the understanding that not every acre is going to look the same across the landscape there. So what is that concept? What does that look like? And then we also talked about, when you look at a forest, the succession of it, they're always changing, they're always evolving. And then there's a clear understanding that values change over time at the landscape level. And then we went in and we're talking about, sustainability there. And that really brought in those 3 pillars of, the economically, environmentally, and socially, how this is all going to wrap up as we started to direct ourselves into looking at what our strategy was. But one of our big takeaways that we had there was, the vision is that it improves over time. And then that kind of steered us down another pathway of, how do we make this recognizable to the layperson, to, the citizens of Oregon, the folks that come here. We've got professional foresters and folks that understand, what a forest looks like, but how do we articulate that and the communication and education that's structured around it. I think all these pieces are very well linked together. And then as we went into the strategy side of things, is we talked about, the metric, what are the metrics we're looking at? Are we adding infrastructure? Are we adding tools that help us improve and try to help us achieve that goal and that a diverse landscape? And then, really comes back down to it's place-based decision-making. And so when we get out there and we're looking at these communities and trying to look for the sustainability and viability and look at how the communities are connected to our environment, is really getting it narrowed down to the place-based decision-making in a report within 3 minutes.
Anything to add from the small group? Any questions from the subcommittee? At this point, we're going to grab your notes, Dave, if that's okay, and we'll
Hopefully you can read them.
more detail. Yeah, fair enough. All right, thank you. Let's move over to Brenda's group, and I think Chandra might be leading this out.
Yes, thank you. So our group we had a great conversation and we talked about several different things. And some of the larger points that we started with were around, a reminder of context that the FPFO is visionary. It's where we want to be as compared to where we actually are right now. It's an acknowledgement that we're in a transition point, as Brenda noted earlier. And so what we're really talking about is thinking in the context of where we want to be. How do we pivot to where we want to be. And so if we are thinking about healthy ecosystems in a different way, and we want to kind of take on a different philosophy, that really the plan is going to be comprised of this transition period and trying to get us there, right? And trying to promote different behavior. And so as part of that conversation, we were thinking about the framing of ecosystem in the way we traditionally have, where it's very human-centered, and then more of an ecosystem approach where humans are really, a very key part of a whole bunch of other things in an ecosystem. And so we were like, well, maybe it would be helpful to think about it in that way as part of a transition that we would like to get to over time, or at least take more elements of that. And so we started thinking about the things that are in a healthy ecosystem that we like, or, that are integral parts of that. And biodiversity came up, resilient native plant communities, fire resiliency, thinking about them being adaptable. And then we were also thinking about, again, partnership and this concept that we are sharing and receiving benefits. And that's what a healthy ecosystem can do. So then we started thinking about potential language. And again, this is very rough. It's just something that we came up with. It does not necessarily encapsulate everything that we talked about. So, but in just spitballing, like, well, maybe healthy ecosystems are, biodiverse, resilient native plant communities that facilitate the giving and receiving of benefits and services for all Oregonians, or for local communities and Oregonians, or, again, we had a lot of different language suggestions there, but something like that really captures the mutually beneficial relationship that we have, right, with our ecosystems and with humans. And I would love to open it up to my group, because again, we had a fantastic conversation and I know I did not capture all of that.
For the record, Mike Shaw. Thank you, Chandra. That was a great wrap up. I actually think you really nailed it. It obviously can't, to Dave's point, encapsulate in 3 minutes the 45 minutes that we had. I think the key piece that we really anchored into, and in the verbiage that Chandra passed along, it's the relationship between humans and the ecosystem. And how do we tie those? And we tried to make that in the kind of giving and receiving of services, right? Like and it goes to this document here where we talk about reciprocity between the ecosystem and the communities and the people. And healthy communities can equal healthy ecosystems, and vice versa. They're very linked. And so we tried to tie that into that recommendation. But great job, Chandra. It was a great discussion we had. We really enjoyed being outside, and it was really difficult to get us back in here.
All right.
So we also had a broad-ranging philosophical discussion, I would say, and I'll try to capture, I think, kind of 3 areas that we settled in on, and starting high and kind of working down. We actually circled around at the end of the conversation to, well, what is this whole document about? And I wanted to share that because I think that it relates to the conversation where we started this morning, and we set the foundation that we really wanted the document to be a vision for all forests. And then we started talking about, well, what does that mean, given in some ways the limited scope that the Board of Forestry and the Department of Forestry has, speaking to the regulatory component, for example. And the note that I scribed after listening to everyone is that it's guidance for how we can influence where we can. And the challenge then is to sit down with our partners and think about where our shared goals and priorities overlap. And Don offered a great, just a great make it real example of, imagine a district forester going out to the National Forest counterpart and sitting down and saying, all right, the Board of Forestry just developed this really nice high level description of what the department's vision and priorities are. How does this intersect with what you're doing? And how can we work together to make that happen? So I thought that was really helpful framing. Then we kind of came back, well, I'm going in reverse order, but in any case, we also did talk about the assignment at hand, which was this ecosystem goal. And we struggled a lot with terminology. I think everybody probably does. There's stigma associated with just about any word you can come up with. We talked a lot about what does functional and dynamic mean? Is it forward-looking? Is it something that is more kind of in the present? And we kept coming back to resiliency over and over again. So with that in mind, then we also recognize that we're in this era or period of change, and that resilient forests are really the foundation that support all the other goals in the strategic plan. So that is really the starting point. So what are resilient forests? I don't know if it captures everything that the group said, but I wrote down forests that can persist in a functional and dynamic state in the face of change. Was my best summary of the discussion. And then we sort of struggled then, well, how does that relate to the resilient communities goal, which is the next one? Are we using the word resilience too much? And we didn't really have a great answer for that, other than that we felt resiliency and resilient was the best term available to us to try to describe where we were at, and thought that perhaps we stick with it. So I think that's my best effort to summarize. Anybody else want to jump in there? All right, thumbs up from Ben. Thank you.
The small group I took notes for talked a little bit about that as well, that this term resiliency really kind of, it comes into this conversation as much as it does with reflection on communities. So we'll take that into consideration as we take the next steps. Could I ask one of our board subcommittee members just if there are any kind of key takeaways for you, and or kind of what you plan to do next with all of this information as we go next? I can talk process, but nobody wants to hear me talk process anymore. So what are you going to do with this? What are you hearing, and how are you going to evolve this based on the conversations today? And maybe you have more questions that you want the board to really be contemplating and providing some input around with this goal.
Well, I think I'll be anxious, just like I said, I think an enterprise to see a summary of this, to really process this. I mean, I'm going to need that really to reflect on it and what I've heard, to really begin to put these things into words, right? Hearing similarities, which is good, which gives me, the idea of where this could go, but change, and we're hearing a lot of the same things. But I'm going to need to see it summarized, just like you did, for the resiliency goal, to really help me put this together.
Ben Doimling, I had two takeaways. One, each small group in their own comes up with a portion of the total, and that was abundantly apparent in this report out just now. We struggled with some elements, and the other two groups struggled with some elements, but I think in these report outs, the ingredients are there for a really good goal. And I'm with Joe. I'm going to need to sit with these notes and sort of think it through. The other takeaway I think I got from this is that we're on the right track. I think we're all talking about the same topic. We're all talking about the goal. Seems like everybody, the sense I get is it's a good one. It's a good goal. We're all in agreement that it's a good goal, and I think there's some work in how to craft it just right. But those are sort of my two takeaways.
Ditto. And I would say that what struck me was in our small group, the agency representatives in our group really came up with some ideas that were certainly consistent with what I was thinking. And I won't speak for Chandra, but I see the head going up and down. So I think there is, as Ben said, close agreement between agency folks and board members, which I found to be really reassuring.
Anything from the executive team subcommittee members? Which I think we have. And Dave, well, newly minted, so we won't put too much pressure on you, Dave, but I'd love to hear any of your takeaways.
What I see is that it's helping allow, seeking and getting the understanding and kind of the commonality. And I feel like if I was to give an analogy, as we look at the vision or the goal of plan, I can see it's kind of like you're turning on the spotlight and you're starting to shine it into the direction of your goal. So I feel like the conversations we're having and how this has evolved over time is kind of bringing that, clear path into perspective for us. So just a little bit at a time. So for me, jumping in on it and jumping in both feet, it's just kind of getting that understanding and gain that situational awareness so we can inform and have a meaningful document at the end of the day. So I think it's a good start.
I think I would just quickly sort of return to and anchor into this idea of transition. It came up first thing this morning and I heard it as an element, through the discussion. And we're certainly in a period of transition, both socially within state agency government at large, and also through in a period of transition environmentally and the ecosystems that we're talking about. And that's where I think that this document that we're creating is really something to help us begin to frame up and think about how we will move through that period of transition, however long it may be. And I think important for us to keep in mind to do that, we're going to need to bring with us probably some elements from the past, but we're certainly going to need some new tools and some new strategies that will help us to be successful in the future. And I think figuring out what those things are that we bring with us and thinking about how we might develop something new for the future is probably the most challenging part of the discussion and the work before us, but I think really important.
All right. Well, I appreciate everybody leaning into the conversation today, and we'll do our best to carry all of that forward into the next iteration of all this work. The next stop along the way for all of us together again is in September. So a commitment to getting some scoping around what that conversation might entail as it sort of intersects with the idea of bringing in some additional commission and board conversation. And so we will make sure that gets scoped and kind of articulated in a way that folks can see and get some feedback on that, but that'll be the next stop. And very likely we will kind of anchor into the third goal, which is climate leadership in that conversation. So meanwhile, subcommittee will be involving the other two goals. And my guess is that through the summer, we'll need to send out some draft iterations for all of you to be looking at and giving some really putting your eyeballs on it and giving some feedback so that, again, we're not coming to you in October with any major surprises of where this is headed, and making sure we're trying to bring in as many of the voices as we can. And then we'll also probably have some more to share about the community engagement effort. So there'll be something of substance to talk with you all about this fall. But we'll leave that up to Ryan and the team to figure that out. And they'll be bringing their stuff into the subcommittee conversations as well. So the subcommittee will be apprised of what's happening. I think.
Real quick. Something I failed to mention earlier, just a good reminder for everyone that those subcommittee meetings are public and they are available for folks to watch live or recorded versions online. We do have a webpage or a section on our webpage set up where all of those notes and recordings are, as well as the most current working version of the strategic planning document. So I just wanted to make that. So the next subcommittee meeting then is on June 21st. And we usually meet pretty early in the morning. If you want to watch it live at 7:30 to 9:30, I recommend taking advantage of the recording.
All right, I'm good. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. So I'll turn it over to you, Jim.
Okay, I guess, my personal advice thinking on this as you guys go forward is really, I was really struck by the importance of language and really we need to focus on simple words and simple sentences, simple sentence structure, literally. I mean, with the current forestry program for Oregon, I read these sentences and then I have to read them again. And then the third time, wow, what do they mean exactly? And I see some of that starting to happen again. And, I think, 4 sentences with simple sentence structure can be more powerful than one complex one that makes you read it 3 times. And so just saying, let's keep that in mind as we go forward with this. Carla?
One thought as we think about this, we've just gone through the private forest accord, which was pretty monumental, in the state's history as to what has just happened with regard to resiliency and certainty. And I sure want to be sure we recognize that effort. And because it was rather monumental what we were able to achieve there. And I don't want that to get lost in the process here, because that really did intersect with a major piece and, of what we're talking about here.
Great. Good point. All right, I know that some people need to get checked out of their room, so we are going to take a break before we reconvene for our governance discussion. So we've got 15 minutes, so let's get back here at 10:15. All right. We are back at it and so we are going to move right into item number 9, the board agency organizational governance work session. Clark, are you ready to proceed and take over? Yeah, that's right. You were going to. I just read. You go ahead.
Yeah. Chair, Board, this is Calvin Komodo, State Forester for the record. And right now we're going to have a governance project. Clark and I actually talked about this in late fall of 21, because I asked him, hey, what are you doing, Clark? And he told me. But since then, just to review, late October last year or mid-October, we decided to go forward with a governance project. And we have just passed through the first phase, and that was the audit and assessment stage. Basically, a quick review from my viewpoint, the board governance really defines this board's role, responsibility, and relationships with the Oregon Department of Forestry and externally to a large extent. What it does, it results in is critical alignment between our organization and the policy of the board. I have worked on a lot of different boards. Just in Indian country, I've been on 6 different enterprise boards. I've been on nonprofits such as Forest Stewardship Council. I've been 2 government boards, Board of Forestry being one, Oregon Department of Parks and Rec. And currently I'm on the Southwestern Oregon Community College Board. And of all these boards, various levels of governance and organization, and some are very tight, some of them are very loose. But the current one I'm on with the community college actually is practicing using a board policy manual, which we're going into now the next stage of board policy development. And I'll tell you, that board works really well. And it has convinced me even more that governance is good. My personal philosophy is that I will be taking direction from the board. I mean, you're a policy board. You're not a management board. You're policy. And that relationship between the state forester and this board is going to be clearly defined in this process. Now, from there, I have a management philosophy that the best decisions are closest to the action. But how do you get ability for people who are closest to the action to make good decisions? And that's by providing governance. And we're trying to do governance in a lot of other ways, like IT. How do you, what do you do in IT? Those are operational governance. But where it starts is at this board policy model. And we also are required, I hope everybody took time to read the assessment that Clark wrote. It really gave a great historic perspective of the board. It showed the roots of where we were from. And I think I appreciated that. But also I found out that we actually have a policy that requires our board to have bylaws. And this will fulfill that. So with that, Clark.
I just want to add a little bit before giving to Clark a sort of a personal confession, which is, when the whole idea came up of this whole process around governance, and I'm thinking, oh my God, we already have the forestry program for Oregon. So, and I was kind of feeling like I needed to be drugged in kicking and screaming. And so we've gone through that process where we're given all this information about what the benefits would be of having this policy manual. And then meanwhile, in the last few months, I have just repeatedly been in circumstances where I went, wow, if we had that policy manual, this would be a whole lot easier, So I have been sold, and I also just wanted to echo, I was really impressed with the materials we put together, the comparison between the notes from what you had gleaned from all of us, as well as your assessment of all of that, and as well as the history. It was great. So thank you very much for that.
Great. All right. Thank you, Jim. And thank you, Cal. Well, good morning, everybody. It's great to be with you. Clark Seeley, President of Seeley Management Consulting and former ODF employee. And as I mentioned to you all in a previous meeting together, my heart and soul is still ODF. And that's a very good thing, actually, from my perspective. So it's great to be with you in 3 dimensions rather than 2. The 2-dimensional we've lived with and still work with, of course, over these past several years. But it's great to be here in person and spend time with you this morning, hopefully from my perspective in a conversation. I'm going to share some perspectives with you and take a little bit of time to do that with a little bit of looking back, but also want to focus the bulk of our time with some forward-looking next steps of the development of the board policy material. You have, hopefully you have the slide deck. There's a 15 or 16 slide deck available from the website. The slides will be up on the screen, but for those of you who are on that side of the tables, the material in the website will be helpful. You may, depending on what thoughts you might have, I don't intend to dive deeply into the scoping and assessment report, but if you had things that you wanted to raise out of that, that's part of what we're about today, and I want to do that. And so you can either find yourself electronically flipping between the slide deck and the report in agenda item number 9. Or if you're more old school like me, maybe you have the report in your binder in paper and keep the slide deck up electronically. So whatever works best for you. The slide deck is really just a way for us to walk through the time today. But it will be important at a couple points as we look forward to focus on a couple of key elements. We're this morning's conversation that you all had and the work you did with the Forestry Program for Oregon update was interesting to me to listen to as well in for the obvious reasons of the strategic efforts of the board, but also just kind of reflecting on the parallel tracks that I think we're actually underway with right now between the update of the strategic effort for ODF and for the board through the Forestry Program for Oregon. And also this effort on the governance side. And in some respects, as you know already, these will parallel each other. And I think that's a wonderful thing, actually. The timing is really good from my perspective. Not that it couldn't have been one before the other in either way, but actually I think this will help kind of solidify, particularly on the governance side, the thinking that you all have as you move forward with the Forestry Program for Oregon update. So again, one of the words you all used a lot this morning already is transition. And so again, I think the notion of board governance as explicit and intentional policy is also a transition element for the board. You know, much of the history of the board over 112 years. And the board has had various elements of governance, or at least the governance broad arena within its scope of work over the years. But I think I'd say that even during my career, as well as certainly before that, the board had never gotten to a point where it had codified an intentional written set of how it does its work. And I think that's just a reality of the culture and the ongoing evolution of good management, good governance over time. That's not unique to the Board of Forestry by any means. Many organizations who have a long history have this kind of history embedded within them. So it's not like every organization, every governing board that was created in the late 1800s or the early 1900s had this epiphany that, oh yeah, we need to have written governance policy. So it's an evolutionary and a transitional adaptive process, certainly. But I think we're at a great point in time to be able to do this together. And I think the timing again is really valuable for the board and the department, given a lot of the factors that we've talked about already. Let's see, there we go. Yeah, there we go. So the plan for today is fairly straightforward. Want to kind of accomplish 4 steps together. I want to recap very briefly the previous efforts that we've been underway with together. I want to talk again about the phase 1 scoping and assessment effort and kind of close that out hopefully today with you all. And then again, look forward a bit on the board policies development effort specifically, and hopefully gain some insight and perspective from you on that, and then talk about next steps. Our purpose then for today is to essentially conclude the phase 1 of the project, the scoping and assessment, and transition to phase 2, the actual development of policy. You remember from the January meeting together that we've taken this project on in essentially 4 phases, and they're shown here on the slide. Project initiation, scoping and assessment, policy development, policy adoption, and then policy implementation and support. And these 4 phases are obviously, as you well know, fairly standard project elements of a project like this. They're also essentially the notion that the developers of our framework, the authors of the book that we're using and the template that we're using to initiate our development effort, this is how they describe and frame development as well. So we're essentially phasing from point 1 to point 2 today, and using this as the opportunity to do that. I'll just tell you that I think I mentioned this to you in January when we met together, that in conversation with Jim and Cal and Ryan and several other folks, I came into this project knowing and realizing the scope and intensity of the work that the board is currently underway with in terms of your actual work relative to policy in Oregon, and also recognizing that the forestry program for Oregon revision was also front and center for you. So I have always seen and come into this project with the notion that I want this project to be flexible to the extent that we can fit within the board's agenda and meeting schedule in a way that is that fits well and acknowledges the really significant work that you already have underway in a lot of different areas. And so I don't intend and wouldn't expect that this project is going to last for years. In fact, that would surprise me if it did. But I also am really aware of wanting to be able to fit our time together over the next 6 to 8 months in a way that fits within your other agenda work. For me, that's really important. That obviously was a huge element that came through the assessment portion of the scoping and assessment from you all as we did the one-on-one interviews. And I'm really sensitive to the idea of fitting this work that we're doing on governance into your regular workload, again, given even the addition of the forestry program for Oregon revision. And so what that means to me is that we'll just take, the steps as they come and we'll look ahead to the board calendar, the meeting calendar. And, between Jim and Cal and Ryan and Hillary, we'll continue to discuss where the best points in future meetings will come to decision points along the way. We'll talk a little bit about the forward-looking calendar in our last time together this morning in the next steps. But I just wanted to kind of reiterate that point with you this morning, and hopefully that makes sense to you relative to the other work that you have. Well, let's just spend a minute or two kind of recapping the previous efforts since we began together. The three that are listed here by board meeting are all phase one efforts. We really formally initiated the project and phase one at the October 22 planning retreat. That was where we really kind of grabbed hold of the need and value, as Cal mentioned just a few minutes ago, kind of the need and value for this kind of an effort for a governing board. And I think out of that planning retreat, had a real solid, at least I had the sense of a solid expression of interest in proceeding. You all then made a formal commitment to the project at your November board meeting by way of a consent agenda approval item for this project. And then third, at the last meeting that I was with you and engaged with in January, that's where we began to really consider the approach and the framework and how we're going to proceed together relative to that. That again comes out of work that's been done by other experts in the field, so to speak, over the years, and we're going to be relying on the wisdom of that work, particularly the work of Fred Laughlin and Bob Andringa, and the work that they've done, as well as the tools that they have available. I'll just mention really quickly then, from a efforts and a work standpoint, a couple of other pieces of the puzzle to get us to today. One is that I spent time reviewing and understanding the work of the board, particularly over the last 3.5 years or so, by both viewing records and the recordings of board meetings, reviewing agendas and so forth. That was helpful again, for myself to lay some good foundation. And I really began that work last summer prior to the October planning retreat. I also spent time reviewing Oregon state statutes and rules, kind of being sure that we take in as full a look as we could on state statute and rules that have some relevance to governance. And as we'll chat a little bit about today, the direct connection is kind of few and far between, but the areas that are in state statute, particularly relative to public meeting law and public records, are, vital and important. That review also included work that Oregon governors have done over the years, as far back as Governor Kulongoski, establishing in board orientation and board management materials that the governor's office produced, seeing where the respective governors stood with respect to boards and commissions in Oregon and the work that they do. And from that came the realization, as Cal mentioned earlier, that the standard had been set that governing boards in Oregon, governing boards or commissions, need to establish a methodology and approach, a policy, if you will, for how they do their work, and particularly how the board does their work together, as well as how they do their work with the chief executive of the agency. So that becomes really valuable, and I think important again in our work. We also looked at board and agency governance policy, which is, as you know, from the scoping effort, is actually minimal but important. And I don't, again, don't minimize the value of the work that's previously been done. Although it is small or few in nature, what has been expressed is valuable and actually will be an important component of what we'll pick up on as we move forward with development of the board policy manual. And then, as you all know, I had the opportunity to have one-on-one discussions with the board members and 5 of the key agency leadership team. And those were incredibly valuable, of course, really kind of the central feature and focus of the scoping effort and assessment effort in this phase 1. So let me just pause before we go forward with the next item for today and just see if there are any comments or questions kind of as we take a little bit of a look back and see where we've been. Just any other observations. Okay, all right. Well, that's okay. We're in good shape. Let's go ahead to the next item then for today, and that is to chat a bit about the phase 1 scoping and assessment effort. This particular slide is one that you've seen before, and we've talked about before actually at both the original October planning retreat as well as in more specific terms at the January board meeting. And I think the value here is to simply recognize that the board policy that you all will ultimately express and adopt by way of the board policies manual exists within a hierarchy really of what any of us would consider to be policy, with the quotes around it. Even though it may be state law or even state administrative rule, out of those still come quote policy that guides your work. And so seeing the explicit board policy development in the context of this kind of hierarchy is really valuable. And it also sets the stage for seeing where other policy and particularly operating policy that you all develop over time or that the department develops, where that also fits. So the key words here, I think, are context and content. And we're trying to be aware of and realize both of those. This effort doesn't exist in a vacuum in and of itself. That there is important context that it exists within. There are external as well as internal elements that influence the development of the policy. And again, that will be important for us to focus. And then finally, the idea of multiple levels. So I think that's key for us, and it kind of guides this whole project phase 1 effort. So let's turn to the 2 big elements of this first phase. There's the scoping, which kind of tries to tease out and address the what question relative to the landscape, the governance landscape that we're looking at here. And as you recall from the final report, we framed up the scoping effort into 4 major categories: historical, legal, governor's office standards and expectations, and then current board and department governance policy. And the page numbers here are just the reference in the page in the pages of the report. You note, and we mentioned in the agenda item for today, that the report is delivered to you today as a final draft only, meaning that anything that comes out of today's discussion and conversation that is important relative to the language of the report, and what we express in the report, will be incorporated, and then we'll produce the final report based upon that. So let me just share a couple of perspectives with each of these four pieces of the scoping, and then certainly open it up for you all to weigh in as well. I just consider these kind of key takeaways from each element. The takeaway on the historical context for me is that after 112 years, while virtually every aspect of natural resource policy, management, operations have changed and evolved, and again, changed and evolved in Oregon over those years. For the Board of Forestry, your core mission and core reason for being has remained essentially the same. If you remember in the report, looking at the original language of House Bill 50 in 1911, passed by the Oregon legislature actually very early in that legislative session, because there had been so much good work, collaborative work done prior to the session. The language that was developed in that bill from the standpoint of the purpose and the role and the core mission of the Board of Forestry in Oregon is essentially unchanged since. And I think that is a testimony to both the original crafters of the language and the notions that were, really important in the late 1800s and the turn of the century. But I think it's also an expression of what Oregonians at that time, and I think Oregonians today, would even still see, and I think you all as board members still see as the primary reason for being, so to speak, of the Board of Forestry. So even in the context of, significant and in some cases, changes in policy, in operational policy, and focus areas, and even actual duties and responsibilities over 112 years, your core has remained solid. And I think in this case, that solidity of the core is actually really important. And that doesn't mean that, good boards and good organizations can't change their core reason for being. But again, I think this is an important element, an important takeaway for us to consider. In terms of legal context, I think what's interesting when you look at the statutes that apply, the board and the state forester statutes in Chapter 526, what's from a governance perspective, if you read the language with that set of glasses on, what's interesting is that most of the language that speaks to governance per se in those statutes is language that speaks to the relationship between the board and the state forester. And again, let's just credit some brilliance of early thinkers, because that language has also remained essentially constant for all of these years. But again, the key point for me is that it's not as if your current statutes, again, either the board or the state forester statutes, have a long, detailed framework of governance. And the fact that it doesn't really is not that important, I don't think. But the key piece is that in almost every statute that's relevant, it's the description of the board and the state forester relationship that's expressed. And that does flow and will flow right into the development of the board policy work that you all are going to be doing together to frame this up. So that's my takeaway from the standpoint of your own statutes. The other takeaway on the statutory side is that outside of the board and the state forester statutes, Oregon law has very little to say about governance from the pure standpoint, the pure definition. And most of the statutory language that does relate to boards and commissions in Oregon law is mechanical, and it's much more how to or how not to do work. And again, the public meetings and the public records laws are good examples of those. So it's not as if we flip open the Oregon revised statutes and go to, chapter 128 and find this whole expression of, I'll say, good governance from the standpoint of state statutes. But again, that's understandable, and it doesn't deter the work that we're doing. It's just to acknowledge that it doesn't exist. It's not there, and maybe rightfully so. But again, just to
Clark, can I interrupt you for a second?
Yeah.
And one of the things we've tried to move along with on this board process is that we're given the written materials, and the board is expected to read those materials. And so we're trying not to spend a whole lot of time going over material that we would have all read. And so instead of doing that, because we had a history of doing that a lot in pre-board meetings and all, we would typically do a check-in. Has everybody read the materials?
Yep.
And we don't then spend time going back through it. And I just worry we're taking the energy out of the room by spending too much time reviewing materials that I think everybody's already reviewed.
Okay.
And then we don't end up with enough time to actually move ahead. So
absolutely.
That's
great, Jim. Yes.
Okay.
I'll just
So the question is, did everybody have a chance?
Yes.
And did they read the materials?
Yeah.
And then we can hopefully.
And are there
move on.
comments or questions
Exactly.
that anyone wants to raise based on that? That's great. And this would apply to both the scoping and the assessment piece. So yeah, I'll just open that as a question, comments, questions, discussion around either the scoping side or the assessment side. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yep.
Well, I'll just jump into the void here and offer some thoughts. I would just thinking about the sort of historical and the legal context component in the context of the conversation that we had earlier this morning around our strategic plan. And while it's true that things are at core, maybe pretty stable over the last 100+ years, I think the operating environment is clearly much more complex. And we have a lot of business lines and a lot of intersecting work at the department. And I think it's really challenging with that context to focus and think about what are the most important things that we need to be discussing here in this forum with the board. And what are sort of those strategic elements? What are those areas where we need clear direction from the board? And how does that get separated from a lot of the operational work that we do? And then how are those things connected? So that to me is one of the things that we're really, I think, struggling with and challenged with right now, particularly as we go through, coming back to that, to the theme we discussed earlier, some pretty significant transition as well, and what we're being asked to do and how we get that work done.
So Clark, I also have a comment. So one of the things that I think about a lot is, as you went over the history of the board, and we talked about the sideboards of things like Oregon meeting laws. How can we have a really, use a word someone said this morning, really robust discussion about very complicated issues in a very dynamic environment, given that we have, these constraints that are meant to have a lot of transparency, but, sometimes we sort of bump into. So that's one of the things about governance that I think, navigating that would be helpful.
That better? Okay. Yeah, I think it's similar to Liz's comment, Clark, but two things I guess came to my mind. The first is, thank you for this work. It did strike me that there was a comment in there about how a lot of what happens in the lack of a formal PPN, if you will, is that it's personality driven. So if we're all getting along and everyone, understands one another, great, right? You have this idea that, oh, things are working well, but if you don't institutionalize that and things deteriorate, which they could do quickly, you're suddenly in a much worse spot. So I do appreciate the work is very important, and looking forward to continuing the work on the subcommittee as it relates to that. So what I'm struggling with a little bit though is which items we have discussion about that we're going to put in a manual that's necessary for that versus what's just having, where are outlets where we can talk about other things in a way that doesn't, I think, as Liz suggests, get afoul of any of our laws and regulations. And one of the things that came up, and I've just highlighted it here, but in one of the participant perspectives is, there was an interest expressed by a couple board members about how best to have heart-to-heart discussions between board members regarding differences in philosophies, priorities, and how they see the world of natural resources. So where we may have these fundamental differences that don't always have to relate to a particular action in front of us, right? It's just something where we're trying to find common ground in the way we view the world. And if we don't have an outlet for that, then you see it reflected in different places where they may not always be most appropriate or most productive. And so that's a spot to me that's a little squishier, things like that. And you see that come up in a couple places. And so I'm not really sure how you go about tackling that and finding some good outlets, right? That may not be, oh, this is going to be in a BPM. You know what I mean?
And so
I would
Clark-
just say that the fact that we are doing more of these meetings outside of Salem, which means we do end up in small groups and more time together and dinners and breakfasts and that type of thing does, provide, I mean, you can't formalize that exactly, but it provides the opportunity if board members want to have those conversations at whatever level, including sort of heart to heart. It seems to me, I mean, I don't know, open to other ideas, but it's hard to formalize, I think.
And so that as well, the places that we can have those conversations. But I think one of the things that I just mentioned to Chandra earlier was like, how do we be hard on the problem and not on the people? And how can it be okay for us to have very different perspectives, but still come together in the interest of the board and ODF and the state to still perform well?
That's great. Great insights. Others?
Are we still on general observations?
Yes.
Yeah. So when I read this document and, especially looked at the 011 forestry program where they wrote the vision and, values. But one thing jumped out at me that we have had so much fire cost and risk in a very short history and time frame recently that has put just undue financial burden on this organization. And we're a financially fragile organization because we're always, one fire away from, however large it is of, putting ourselves in a real cash hole. And it just strikes me, Clark, that that financial pressure has had more of an influence on this board than any time in the last 100 years. And I think we need to, it's because of the way we finance fire, we often can't get to all these other things that we do when we've got these, really large fire years. It's financially constraining, but it's also human capital constraining. And I think that I didn't get that sense of reading the history of how much I sense that pressure has been on this organization the last few years.
Good. Good. Others?
I don't want to preempt anyone else. I had some other thoughts moving from the the background, if you will, to the assessment piece. And actually, before I do that, I do want to also mention that Teresa Williams is our new district forester down in our Klamath Lake district. She's joining us remotely on Zoom. So she is there in the background. Hopefully she doesn't mind that I'm calling her out. But just wanted to let everybody know that she's part of the subcommittee and here today virtually. And then the thought that I wanted to share, something that I really want to get out of this process when I think about the assessment piece is some real good direction and sideboards around how we plan and implement board meetings. How do we engage with all of you board members to design the right agendas with the right topics? The things that you want to hear. How do we do that in a way that also is respectful of the resources and the time that staff have to put into that effort? And also, how do we do that in a way that helps to reflect the public's interests and their engagement in the work and the decisions that the board is doing? And I saw some of that reflected in some of the assessment, which was great. And noted in particular some of the apprehension that I think I share as well around we're kind of taking a flexible approach right now. It's been a little bit open-ended and organic. From my perspective, I think that's kind of been necessary to help kind of manage and keep moving things forward, but I certainly don't want to continue to operate in that space. And so I hope that we can answer some of that through this process.
Yeah, I'll follow up on that. As I had conversations with Clark, this is an area that I really struggled with, and made me feel inadequate and not up to the task in many ways, because it's so important that we have a good process and are choosing the right topics. And the system, it isn't really a system, and we've got some meetings planned to improve upon this. And I think we need to have a really good system that follows through. I mean, one of the things that happens currently right now is board members make suggestions for presentations at boards, and then it just kind of goes into the ether. And maybe that ends up on an agenda and maybe not, and they have no idea, whoever suggested it has no idea if it's been overruled, if it's been ignored, or backburnered, whatever it is. So we need to have a process that's respectful to everyone as well, and that can include those who make suggestions that are not on the board. So it's a big area that we really need to continue to work on and have this policy manual address. It's one of the key ones.
Yeah, I think it is. It is. Many years ago, I learned from a colleague who is in this kind of business management leadership consulting. He made a statement that took me back, or put me back on my heels a bit. And his comment was, the most important function and or duty that a board collectively makes is agenda development. And I thought, well, now wait a minute, that's way too detailed. That's way too in the weeds, because like you all have responsibility for incredible operational policy development for the state of Oregon, forests and natural resources and communities. Isn't that more important decision making? And his point is no, because those operational policy elements, those highest priority functional efforts that you all undertake, don't even get spoken to unless they end up on an agenda. And that was his point. As a governing body together, the most important decisions you will make through time is what ends up on your agendas, because that's where you're going to focus your time. Right, wrong, or indifferent, that's where your time is going to get focused. So, yeah, critical.
I really agree with that observation. And I think we do need to think about the process of who's driving the agenda and, getting that board member feedback. Clark, I also think that one of the things that, having been on the Fed board and Oregon State, university or a land grant mission. You know, one thing that strikes me about this organization is the strength at the grassroots level. And you certainly see that strength in the land grant mission and with the Fed. You know, the last two board meetings, I think we've seen that in a stronger sense than certainly among any time on the board. How the policies at that local level, you know, with our field staff, with is a real core strength to this organization.
Yeah.
And the recognition of that grassroots strength in this documentation, my senses could really be strengthened.
Good, thank you. Other comments?
Yeah, about agenda development. I mean, we have policies surrounding board members bringing things, a couple, two board members, but I believe that really falls, chiefly on the chair, for development and his interaction with all of us, right? He's, speaks for the board, and he, functionally, I think that's where that ultimately sits with him, the responsibility of the chair. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, and it is. And I think, I think Ryan and Cal and I have realized that we have not been having a process that's working well. So, we've got a couple meetings scheduled to improve on that. And I hope we're able to present something to all of you that is a better, more thorough process. One thing I wanted to bring up is another issue that has happened as long as I've been on the board, and I've been as guilty as others before I was board chair, and that's when in a meeting one of us brings up an idea or a suggestion to staff, and staff is often pretty confused by that because a board member has requested something. And they feel often that they should act on that, but there really hasn't been a request that in any way has been endorsed or vetted by the whole board. And this is going to happen in those kinds of conversations. You got an idea, you're going to do you're going to put it out there, and typically in the actual board meeting, no one else can comment. So I'd like to, we need to address that because I think it causes consternation for staff quite often. And Carla, you yesterday had two of these, and so I wrote them down. And I'm not, this is good. It's not a bad thing that you're throwing them out there, but we have to have a further process. You with Mike and when they were doing their fire presentation, you made a request around the cost of fire, and then you also brought up the idea about mitigation credits. So what I would like is a process that we have whenever that staff or take responsibility myself to try to identify whenever that happens in a board meeting, and then to return to those in our wrap-up time, so that we make sure that's kind of endorsed informally by the board or not. So then I think it's a really important issue that because I've seen it cause a lot of trouble sometimes because I've done it. You make what you think is a simple request, and the department as a government agency has to be very, very careful how, if they give you sort of half-baked information, it can end up, out in the media. And so I'll make some suggestion or a question and not recognizing that may be 2 weeks worth of staff time to be able to come back with an answer that is ironclad, and so we don't always recognize that. So this is part of why I think it's an important issue.
Yeah, it's actually critical for all the reasons you just mentioned, Jim, and I think also you know, in a situation where I think the board and the agency find itself currently today, at least based on my understanding and assessment, is that the relationship generally between the board and the agency is really good right now. And so I think when those kind of requests come about, the agency just wants to, you know, meet those kind of requests promptly and, you know, completely and with full measure. And so they go about, you know, taking that on as a, you know, really important element. Now, in, you know, contrast, if that relationship wasn't positive, that creates its own set of problems. But I guess my point is that in times of really good relationship, the staff is wanting to meet the desires and the requests of the board just as, you know, completely and fully as they possibly can. But that sets up then this dilemma of time and commitment to do the work and so forth. So, yeah.
So when
Yeah, and I think part of what I'm suggesting, you know, in that sort of end of the day is not just a board discussion, because sometimes we need that feedback.
Right.
Mike, what would that involve for you and your department? Do you have a capacity to answer that question? And that's, you know, also what we need, you know.
So the question that I had, because sometimes in a follow-up to meetings, I'll talk to Cal, and I'm just going to assume that if in that, you know, in that evolution of that discussion, I might have a request, and I'm going to assume that Cal will talk to you. And sometimes I just think Cal's getting paid and I'm just going to bother him more than I am going to bother you, Jim, because you're out with your cows or something. Anyway, but so whatever that system is, you know, I would like to know. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'd like to, this is Cal, I would like to respond to that. Actually, I would like you to go to Jim, because Jim's the chair and he sets the priorities of the board. And if Jim says, Cal, you gotta get working on this, we'll be working on it. But you know, this whole idea of was kind of identified by an organization scientist. His name was Reese's Likert. I mean, he talked about this concept of linking pins in the organization. Consider me a linking pin between the board and the organization. And it's very important that these linking pins are defined, their roles, relationship with the board, clearly defined. And in fact, what I see at SWAC, I mean, this community college, is that process in their board policy manual. When we want something, we are trained now as board members to look at the president of the college and say, we would like to have this. And then the college president doesn't usually answer right there, or the chair, but the chair and the college president have a discussion of what's priorities. Anyway.
Yeah. Yes.
So along these same lines, two questions came to my mind in this conversation, because I agree it's a little bit confusing. The first is, for information requests, do they always have to have some sort of level of endorsement by the board? Because if you are having conversations outside of the board meeting with staff and those requests come up, you know, is there, you know, where's the filter for determining what's something of a level that we would want to come back and have a conversation as a board? And then the second is, it probably would be helpful if we are having that conversation at the end of a board meeting for us to be able to articulate if something rises to a level of priority. You know, like for us, this seems like a pretty high priority thing for us to have in hand before X decision, for instance, as opposed to this would just be nice to scope at some point, you know, for the staff to be able to see if they can incorporate that. Because I realize that we're giving staff a lot of things sometimes and a lot of times we're saying their priorities, and at some points, not everything can be that, right?
I think, you know, this has been more of a problem in the past than it has been in the present. But it's still I still see it as a problem sometimes. And I think, you know, the first step is to identify when it happens. Because I think most of the time it just, you know, it's part of the whole flow, and nobody's sort of noticed, and certain staff members are kind of left confused about what they should or shouldn't be doing.
I think there's a sort of a larger question that I'm mulling over. I appreciate the conversation, but it's how much power we want to invest in the chair. And I think, all of this comes back to you, Jim, and, we're all kind of looking at you to call these shots. And speaking personally, I trust you to make some really good decisions, and I'm happy that you're the chair. But I think in this policy manual, we need to wrestle with how much do we want to quantify and how much do we want to invest in the chair to make those decisions for us. And, I think if we go back to Robert's Rules of Order, it kind of gives Jim a lot of power, and which currently I feel great about. But I don't know where we find that middle path that gives the chair enough power to make a functional board, but at the same time set some parameters about what we want to have happen. Because I wouldn't want a situation in the future where the chair didn't agree with something and shut down an information
Well,
request.
yeah. I think you brought up that it's important to look beyond current personalities as well and all of this. And so the board policy manual should really address it that is in a way that separates it from
Absolutely.
whoever's in those positions.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah.
And I think we need to go back to statute. And you've got 7 members here, all went through the Senate confirmation process, which isn't that friendly a process. And my sense is there were 4 mandates in going through that process. And I think you want to go back to that statute, because we all carry that responsibility to supervise, all matters of forest policy within Oregon, to appoint the state forester, to adopt rules regulating forest practices, and to provide general supervision of the state forester's duties in managing the Oregon Department of Forestry. Of course, that's in coordination with the chair, but that is not ultimate authority only into the chair. So I think that's real important that we recognize we all went through that process. It's very clear what our mission is here.
Carla, yeah, and I understand what you're saying. I went through, the same. But my interpretation of that is that as a board, you're responsible for that, because operationally, if we have 7 bosses of the department, operationally, that becomes unworkable. I was talking to Jim Golden about this last night, and he was asking me, how do I work for the governor? Do I work for the board? Technically, I work for both, but my boss I really look to is Jim representing the Board of Forestry. So, yeah, because if you have 12 bosses, you have no bosses.
And I agree with that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's what the chair's role is to assess that and, to work with the CEO of the organization. So I think that's true in any corporate board, and it's true here.
Not to say we can't.
So I think the key then is how do we express that within the policy itself? And it can be done. We can do that.
Yeah. Getting back to requests, information requests, I think one of the things I think about, and I think what we do at the end of the meeting is good. And summarizing that, I think it's a great step in the right direction. I think what Cal brings up as a CEO, we have to look to him and give him time to think about that request, right? And so maybe we're missing is closing that loop, if you will. Making sure when a request of information, like Chandra said, and it is delicate, sometimes what reaches a level, and I guess it's for all of us to kind of try to, I guess if you have a question of that, you probably should reach out to your chair or reach out to the state forester and say that, is this kind of minor and then just look for information, or is this raised to a different level? But I think maybe what we're missing in all of that is we've made a request, we summarize it in the meeting, and then there needs to be somehow the state forester has an opportunity to circle back. I don't know what that is. Is that in a post-board meeting? Is that in the next board meeting? Maybe, that we close that loop, potentially. Just an idea.
Yeah.
There's a simple piece of this is we're trying to deal with each other, including staff and fellow board members, with respect. And, respect, we want to avoid things just sort of disappearing into the ether. We get back to people, we follow through, and so that we all understand where we are, why what's happened has happened.
Good. I'll just say one other thing on this topic, and that is that, and we mentioned it in the report. One of the watch out situations of this topic of requests for information with a board is if one member makes a request and it's legitimate and important and so forth, and yet that request isn't known by the other board members, let alone the information isn't provided to the other board members when it is provided. That's a really, really important watch out situation, because then you effectively end up with a board that has a variety of information that is before you and informing your decision making, and that can be, dramatically have dramatic negative consequences on decisions. Right? So that's part of this element that we're talking about, is just to be sure that all board members have access to the same information as time goes by. Okay, good.
So I'll change the subject if that's okay. So Hillary just put this on my radar, so I'm just going to say thank you, Hillary, for bringing it up. And that is, and I don't know that I saw it necessarily in the assessment, but just thinking about, as we're talking about we're really talking about roles and responsibilities, and thinking about participation, and a little bit of some succession as well. So if for instance, Jim isn't available for a meeting, or to participate in some other space, do we have a formal way of identifying someone to fill in his place? And then also just thinking about attendance in general, making sure that we do have some mechanism for keeping all of ourselves accountable for following through on the commitments that we make to participate in a subcommittee, pre-board meetings, whatever the issue or the need might be. It could be helpful to have some of those. I think they're kind of basic elements, in the policy manual.
Great.
That's a good point. I hadn't thought about that, but I mean, I think there's been one time when I can't remember why I computer problems or something, couldn't be there for an online meeting, and so just said, was it Brenda? Was it you? I think, Brenda, would you run things, which is fine, but what if I had a stroke and I think there should be a formal process there, and that I couldn't call that person and say, could you run that meeting?
Yeah.
When I was on the board and Kuhngowski put the gavel in my hand with no official title for a whole year, but when John Blackwell became chair, I was his vice chair, and there was nothing in statute that said you had to have a vice chair, but that just shows some of the things the board can just determine that as a board policy.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's not a statute, it's not a rule, and you all don't have a policy about it. So really important. Good. And an expression of attendance, participation, expectations that you mentioned also, Ryan, is really important. Good. That's great. Other thoughts? Well, this is really, really helpful for me. I hope it is for you all too, and the subcommittee. Mike. Oh.
Clark, I think one thing that I would encourage the staff to think about, where some of us serve on other boards, this board is highly unique, where everything is in public process. So and that's where it should be. I don't have a problem with that, but it's around this table where those discussions need to occur. This is a public board with public process and public, expectations. So it's going to operate differently than any of the other boards we likely have ever served on. But I also think that we need to be really thoughtful on how much process and time we're requiring of board members, because this board takes more time than all the other boards combined that I'm on. And I just think we need to be thoughtful that we're not going to solve the world in every single meeting as much as we try. So just a thought to staff, that this board requires an awful lot of hours, and that's pretty hard. I mean, for those of you with young children, I have no idea how you do it. Anyway.
Thank you, Brenda. Yeah.
Oh, thank you for raising that, Carla. That brought up something for me too, is, just there's several topics in there, and that one was included in here as something that we should mull on for alternatives. I think we say as part of the policy development process. And I am a little curious, being on the subcommittee, how we're planning to further those sorts of conversations, because there's several different things in here that I think warrant a conversation, and I'd love to hear a conversation here about it. We're not going to be able to do all of that today. So what that looks like. And I'd also just mention that, we are trying to think a little bit about succession, and we're trying to think about having diverse board membership, and people have very different lives and obligations, and to have people here that have full-time jobs, and you're right, have kids, and I mean, have other things that they're doing, right? We do need to be mindful about what it takes to facilitate that, right? So people don't leave. And it just reminds me of a couple of our women legislators that left, right, last session, and said, you know what, this doesn't work for a working mom right now. And I think we need to be always thinking about that, how we make this space accessible, because we want decision makers that look like everyone at the end of the day,
Oh, I have when I decided that I wanted to be on the Board of Forestry, I went around the Capitol and I visited with that. I think at the time it was Senator Kate Brown. And I said, I'd like to be on the Board of Forestry. And she looked at me and says, well, Cal, we like to abuse our volunteers. And I didn't really know what that was. But I will say that working on a board that has a good governance package reduces that burden on you, and in ways that you don't really understand until you have policies you can look at and go, oh, that's the way I'm supposed to handle that. Anyway, I just want to make that comment.
Good. Other comments at this point? Yeah, Mike.
As I listen to this, this is a great conversation. So thank you. And so I've been in the department for somewhere north of 23 years now. And I think you've all heard me say this. First, I'll start with thanks to each of the board members. What you guys do and how you have been operating for the last several years is something that is really new to me in the agency. I haven't seen a board operate this well. And where I'm going with this is thanks for this conversation, because what it shows is one of the testaments that we talk about in the agency is continuous improvement. And what I'm seeing is this board looking for continuous improvement, even though you're operating and you're really picking nits, right? To try and even get better and operate better, and how you relate to the agency and agency personnel is really continuous improvement. And I can't thank you enough for that. It's phenomenal to see that. When we've seen, this is arguably one of the most challenging times. We've talked about change and transition. And I would say this is right at the top in my past couple decades of working in government service with fire seasons, climate change, PFA, state forest, HCP, you name all of the topics, and you folks are operating in that space. And we're asking you citizen volunteers, we're abusing you to what Cal said, and you're looking for ways to improve and help us improve. So just want to say thanks. Great conversation, and look forward to continuing to get that final 5% of effectiveness and continue improving. Thank you.
I will just say that I think the point Mike makes is the spirit of that notion of continuous improvement certainly came through very clear to me from all of the one-on-one conversations that I had with folks, and to a person that was, like a laser focus on, how can we do better? And in some cases, maybe a bit better, like you said, and in some cases, maybe a little bit more. I'll tell you that, one of the questions that sometimes arises with boards who are functioning at a pretty high level and relatively effective, or maybe even more than relatively, but functioning effectively. One of the questions is, okay, so why do we even need to do this? Things are going well, we're functioning well. Yeah, we have a few little places to improve or to tune up. But actually, that's the very best time to do this work, because fundamentally, what this is not about is, fixing breakage, fixing a situation that is terminal, and trying to, draw it back from, the edge of the cliff or whatever, analogy you want to use. So this is actually the very best time to be able to do this kind of work together is right now, when there's interest, but there's also things happening that are productive and effective and efficient. And we're looking for, how can we make that a bit better over time?
Clark, my analogy there would be, and I was one of my early comments around, seeing some of the situations occur where, God, it would be great to have this governance policy manual in place. And so I would describe as not sinking, but we have a few cracks in the hull. So,
yeah, sure. Yep. Yep, and you're seeing some water. You're seeing some water leakage.
Little leakage,
and you want to be able to shore that up. Yeah, thank you.
I agree with your comments, Clark, and I also think that boards need to recognize when there's a time to allow an organization to stabilize. And as we've gone through 3 big fire years and COVID and an inflationary time period that has hit our budget, the private forest accord and an HCP, and having 85 to 135 people wanting to testify the last 3 meetings. I think recognition as leaders of an organization of when an organization needs to stabilize and settle is also, real important. And when do you drive the next discussion, and when do you allow for things to stabilize? So I appreciate your comments.
Yeah. Okay.
I also just want to mention, Mike, you compliment us and on our what we've done and what we've striven for. And I think we really need to recognize that we've given some direction, but staff has done incredible work. If you think about the training program, talk about night and day, nothing stands out more to me for new members I'm talking about. And and then look at the example of us never, ever getting out of Salem with our meetings, and look where we are today. And that, the lion's share of all that work, which is a huge amount of work that mostly goes unnoticed, is all on staff. And I think it's a gift to Oregonians that we are accomplishing that, and the right thing to do.
Good. Okay, what I'd like to do with the time that we have left is I'd like to have us just take a little bit of a peek under the hood of the board policies manual. And I'm going to, at the risk of running contrary maybe to preferences, I'm going to use the abbreviation BPM. So hopefully that's acceptable. But I'd like to look under the hood a little bit with the notions of the BPM simply from the standpoint of the general notions that are embedded that will be embedded within it, given the approach and the framework that we're going to be utilizing. So, and this is really what the work group, the subcommittee, will be getting their hands dirty with over the next 5 months or so. So if we move on in the slide deck, we'll just reiterate this notion of intentionality and description. It's got to be intentional. There has to be purpose behind what is stated as policy, and it has to be described. You all have been with organizations, I'm sure, where the unwritten rules were the policy. And again, as Chandra mentioned earlier, when things are going well, that may work, but it's actually not obviously the preferred approach. So what I'd like to do is the board policy manual framework or template includes 5 parts, and actually a 6th part is possible if an organization wants to include a policy, maybe an existing policy or a new one that doesn't fit within the other 5. But what I'd like to do this morning is just give you an opportunity to look at these pieces and at a high level, and again, provide any comment or notion or perspective on some of the pieces. And we'll do this just again, as we have already, with just open discussion. A number of the elements that you've already talked about this morning actually fit right within the framework that we're utilizing. So the first 2 parts of the BPM are primarily introductory, administrative, and foundational. And part 1 is simply called Introduction and Administration. And in the template, these 8 categories are included in this part 1. And as the slide indicates, this is the time, this is the place in the manual where the board expresses the reasons for doing this work, and then also how the work is maintained and changed and all of the specifics about that. So reason for adoption, consistency, transition, changes, oversight, and maintenance. And let me go ahead and move on then to the second part, which is organization essentials. This is, for some organizations, this is the only place that these kind of expressions are made. Not so for the Board of Forestry. And so we'll simply be drawing upon the work that you're currently involved with the Forestry Program for Update, Forestry Program for Oregon Update, and rely upon the connections that are made there. Again, this is a time of statement of mission, vision, values, goals, and purpose. So let's get to the third part, because the remaining 3 parts of the BPM really are the heart of the policy. And not surprisingly, the first part, part 3, the first of these 3 parts, is all about the board. So it is the structure and the processes that the board itself wants to utilize to do its work. And as you can see from the list that's provided here, these again are the categories of elements of this part of the BPM. Now, I'll say that there may very well be a part that we tease out through our process, excuse me, not a part, but a component of this part that is not expressed or found in the template. And that's the whole point. If there are specifics that we discover that need to be drawn out and raised up in terms of policy and they don't fit within the template is not that rigid that it, has to be viewed that way. So, but this gives us a very good starting place, and it gives us a place from which then to launch with a number of the policies that we want to talk about. I guess in this part, as the authors of the approach would describe for us, the first two, the governing style and the board job description, are the two most important pieces of this part. That's why they're listed first. And as the authors describe, actually these two elements, governing style and board job description, actually reflect the rest of the board policy manual, not just this part 3, but part 4 and part 5 as well. So I think, yeah. Yeah, it's actually the board will express what you see as your approach to doing the work that you intend to do. Is it a visionary? Is it long-term? Is it focused on the future? Is it meeting needs, for example, of all Oregonians, rural and urban, for example? So it's that kind of language that expresses how the board does its work, the style that it uses. Is it a collegial effort? Is it one, and as I'm describing this, you can think of just all the opposites to what I'm saying, and those are also style statements. Sure.
Place-based decisions be appropriate.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. You bet. Yeah.
Would you also be referencing what's in statute as well?
Yes, this will be the place where the foundational elements from the statutes would come. Right. Right. The board description or job description is just that. It is the statement of elements that is the work of the board over time. I think Carla's point about the 4 elements of the statutory language come right over here in terms of the board job description. Now, there's a couple more that we'll likely want to include, talking about performance evaluation of the agency and the board itself, and some of those kind of elements. But this is really the work of the board in real terms, in tangible terms. And again, important to distinguish, this is not a board member's job description. This is a job description of the board, of what the board is charged and takes on as their role. This is where the whole notion of board evaluation comes in for the first time within the language of the BPM. It's mentioned. It'll be mentioned in several other elements of the BPM, but for the first time, board evaluation, you all evaluating your own work will find its first place here in the job description. Brenda?
Yeah, this just got me thinking, Clark. I wonder, is there ever a situation or ever a board where individual board members receive 360-degree evaluations to inform them on how they're doing?
Yes. That's a great point. And it's exactly the kind of thing that we'll want to talk about together, that we'll facilitate, you'll want to talk together about, is the notion of evaluation of the board, but also of board members through time. And the notion of using some kind of a 360, however you all define that ultimately, is really important.
Thank you.
Very few boards do that, actually. Even the ones who are using best practice for CEO evaluation will pick up on that and utilize a 360 perspective. And collectively, the board may very well choose to do some sort of external, internal 360 for the board together. But very few do a board member evaluation that way. But it can be really valuable. Confidentiality, of course, plays into that, but it's really valuable. Any other thoughts on this particular list? I don't want to miss
I just have
anything.
to react to that a little bit. It sounds like it's a great thing, but going back to Carla's point about how much work
Yeah.
it is being on this board.
Sure.
I think we always have to look at all of those kinds of suggestions that could have value and think about whether they're realistic or whether there is a smaller version to get to the same place.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
Yeah.
just want to wanted to mention that.
It's a good,
My add-on observation, Clark, is where does this end? You know, I've been through a lot of board governance, and this is getting very lengthy. And I guess I want to the board governance documents that I've been involved in my other work are, you know, probably 10 pages or less, and we're at 57, 58, and I don't see an end to this process. Can you give us a vision for how this ever wraps up?
I'll try to. And I think that you might recall for the January meeting, we provided a couple of samples and also provided the template itself. And the authors suggest right up front that a meaningful, significant set of board policies for most nonprofit or governmental governing boards can be in the range of 15 to 20 pages. And I think that's a target we can certainly see realized in the work we're doing together. Now, that's because we're using the framework and the approach that these two particular authors prescribe. The Southwest Oregon Community College Board Policy Manual physically is a much larger document, but it's because they've chosen a different framework and format to do their development. Every single policy, whether it's one paragraph or multiple, takes up space, takes up a page at least in their approach. So, you know, that doesn't mean that it's a bad approach or a good approach. It's just, it is what it is. The authors here have from the beginning of their work as consultants driven home the notion of conciseness and the ability to do this development in a way that is effective and can be relatively concise. So I think that's the path we're on.
Yeah, Carla, I agree with you. When I first heard board governance, I started thinking about this one forest engineer who was working for me, and I was a young manager. And so he had every memo of policy I had written taped up on his wall. And I looked at that and I went, oh my God, that's what's going to happen here. But I want to keep to that 15 to 20 page, keep it short. And I'll tell you, the one at SWAC works because actually we do board policy manual maintenance like at every board meeting, but it only takes like 10 minutes. And they just to update things or questions, and it's very interactive. But I think that's the way I don't want this to become the edict wall.
No, no, we're not writing statutes. We're not writing administrative rules. You all are simply describing how you want to work together and how you want to work with the state forester. So I'm optimistic. I'll continue to be optimistic on that front. Okay, anything else on this part 3? That you'll notice that there is reference here to the chair's role and to board meetings and agenda development. And this will be right where we get to the crux of all that you have talked about this morning and more relative to those two topics in particular. You'll also notice that this part wraps up with a statement, a set of statements actually in the template about how board members work with each other, as well as how they represent the board externally. And that's here referenced as a code of conduct. And again, really important element, critical element to the entire effort. I think that style wise, the authors include this code of conduct as the last item, not based on importance, but as a kind of a wrap up or a summary, so to speak, of this whole part 3 and how it actually, based on the work and the behavior and the conduct of board members, how that then this whole part 3 gets expressed. So it's really important. Okay, let me just transition to part 4. This takes then the next step of the equation, which is the relationship of the board and the CEO/staff, and how that relationship is defined and expressed. And the very first item on this list is delegation to the chief executive. And out of all they're all important, but out of all that are in this part 4, that probably will be the most important expression that you make as a board relative to policy, the delegation that you make to the state forester. Now, some of that is already expressed in statute and administrative rule, so we can draw upon that pretty quickly. And actually, as I said earlier, that's part of the beauty of the statutes that the board and the state forester have as longstanding policy. But these will be important pieces to talk about how the board state forester relationship begins and begins to be expressed. And in the context of the BPM, it first begins with this notion of delegation. Because you all as a board, you're in the terminology of the authors, the moral owners of your work are all Oregonians. And therefore, how you express and delegate that authority that you have to all Oregonians to the state forester is really important. And it helps not only broadly define that notion of delegation, but it also helps specifically talk about what your expectations are of the state forester in these particular roles. So important stuff. You'll notice a couple of the points here have to do with performance evaluation. One is performance of the organization against the goals that you set in policy. So that's going to be a reference back to the Forestry Program for Oregon revision. And you're going to speak to how does the monitoring or evaluation of goal and outcome get determined broadly, very broadly in this document. The Forestry Program for Oregon revision, I would hope, will have the specifics embedded in it. But it's important to mention that that's a key function of the relationship that the board has with the state forester, is the state forester reporting to you in some manner and fashion the accomplishment of goals over time. And then the chief executive performance is obvious and will be spoken to here. Any points or thoughts on this particular part? It's this is the relationship part. Okay. The last part is part 5, and this is called executive parameters. This is the part of the BPM that for most organizations is the most organization specific. So the template here is helpful as a starting point, but most organizations do a fair amount of new language and new elements to this part 5 in terms of policy statements, because essentially what's happening here is that as the title says, this part addresses and describes both what the board does and doesn't want the CEO to do. From an operational standpoint, it's the only place in the BPM where you will dip your toes into, we'll say, the operations and / management of the agency. It's an important element. It's not intended to be seen as the board managing the Oregon Department of Forestry. And actually the way that it gets around that potential conundrum is by using language that sets sideboards or guardrails, if you will. And essentially says that the chief executive has the authority to operate on this particular element. And you can see that the template includes several categories within these sideboards. Now, essentially what that does is it redeems the board's authority or maintains the board's authority relative to the outcomes that you're striving for in your strategic work. So it does that, but it also frees up the chief executive and the agency to operate with their own operational and management best practices within a set of sideboards. So it's not a specific point of reference, it's a set of sideboards, again, within these kind of categories. And we'll tailor, this will be tailored obviously to the specifics of you all and the Department of Forestry.
Seems like most of that is in statute, and I guess maybe we could just really focus on identifying if there's any gray area.
Yeah, exactly right, Jim. Exactly.
Clerk, I always look at this part as decision space. You're going to define our decision space.
Yes,
And I
that's
agree
good.
with Bob, it's in statute,
Mhm.
but have it clearly identified in the board policy
Yep.
manual. It's good.
Yeah.
Aligned with that, it's going to set the decision space for how I'm going to be able to do governance, like IT governance, down to the field. You know, so we're creating those, I always call them bumpers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Sure.
Good.
That's
And
good.
then is this the last part here?
Yes.
I would like you to tell us how you see us proceeding. If I were a board member, I'd be sitting there going, are we gonna come up with every one of these policies, from
Right.
scratch?
Right.
And, I'm gonna go, oh my God, we got so much to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and the work group. Well, let's go ahead and before we do that, just any other thoughts on this part 5? It's kind of an interesting part because for some organizations, what the board primarily says is what the chief executive is not empowered to do. And so the policies are compared to the rest of the BPM, the policies are actually said or phrased in negative terms. But the reason is that then by describing that with kind of an overarching statement about ethics and legalities and so forth, it frees up the chief executive then to operate within decision space, like Cal said. So you'll see that as we move along and develop this part.
I had a question on sort of in the whole BPM, and I like these 5 parts, and this is a great layout, and I'm excited to see you populate it all with all of our ideas. I'm assuming at the end of this process, we'll have a draft that we all vote on and adopt. And then I think on the part 1, there's sort of a process for making changes or edits to this over time.
Yes.
Do you have a sense of sort of a majority versus a consensus way of adopting changes going forward? Because to me, this seems like something that might be good to adopt with consensus. Contrary to some of the other things, the rest of the way the board operates. And that seems just to sort of insulate it from the future.
Yeah.
Do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, Ben, I think certainly the work group will take that question up because we'll have to wrestle with it in part 1. I think I'd say that just, kind of reflecting when the proposed changes that may come from either the CEO or from the board chair are proposed to the board. If there are changes in current language and adjustments to current language that exists within the BPM, the policy itself, I think the consensus approach might be the appropriate method. I think that if the board chose to add brand new material like whole cloth, right out of the gate, or a brand new policy in, for example, a part 6, which is typically called other. I know it's really creative, but then I think the deliberative process of a formal board motion will be helpful in terms of being sure that, you know, there's been kind of the full vetting and so forth. So that would be kind of my take, but I think the work group will have some good discussion about this.
I might have used the word wrong, but I guess when I meant consensus was sort of unanimous decision versus a majority. Just
Yeah, sure. I understand. Yeah. It's good. Okay, anything else on this part 5? It's the fuzziest to kind of get our heads around because it's so specific, and you'll see that play out as we move forward, but that's why we have the work group. Okay, last point is next steps. So I've gathered, I think, a lot of good, certainly from my perspective, some great comments and perspectives and insights from you all this morning. First of all, thank you very much for that. Thank you for taking the time to wade through the scoping and assessment report. I hope it meets the need. I think I've heard some elements today that I'm going to go back and kind of reflect on the report. And so if I make adjustments, which I think I probably will in a few places, I'll do that and advise you on what those were and where they're located. And then we'll produce the final report and close out phase 1. The policy development, then phase 2 has actually already begun. We're in a little bit of an overlap here because the work group who's shown here on the slide, Jim, Chandra, Cal, Ryan, Hillary, Teresa Williams, and myself, we've had our first meeting, our organizing meeting as a group, and began to understand our charge and the framework that we're working with. And our second meeting is actually at the end of this month. So the plan is to take the work that you all have done today and the work that's come from the scoping and assessment phase 1 and pour that into the BPM, utilizing also the template language of the BPM. And while that sounds, as I say it, it sounds a little bit more complicated. It's actually not that complicated, in my mind at least, because the scoping and assessment that you all did together, I think was so significant and important. So I'm viewing the task of moving into phase 2 with the actual development, because we've got a template to work with that's solid. We've got your work in phase 1, and we've got today's results. And again, from my standpoint, those are going to pour well into the first draft of the BPM. The work group is likely going to take the BPM development in 2 big bites. The first bite is going to be part 1, 2, and 3. And the second bite is part 4 and 5, and possibly other, if there is other. The reason we do that is that, again, part 1 and 2 are pretty mechanical and they're pretty straightforward. There's some good decisions that'll have to be made, for draft language, but, the meat of the BPM begins in part 3. So we want to pace ourselves a little bit. And what I'll propose to the group is that we kind of take it in those 2 big bites. So at the end of this month with the next meeting, the work group will look at the very first way draft of the document as best as I can pour results into it and begin our deliberations together. And then in future meetings, we'll rework that again, likely some iterations certainly is going to go on. And then we'll look at part 4 and part 5 and do the same exercise. It's very iterative with the work group, as just as the forestry program for Oregon effort is, and we'll be doing much the same. I believe that we can actually hit a target then of coming to you at the October planning retreat with a still very draft version, but a complete draft at that point, and have an opportunity then to spend meaningful time together working on that draft at that stage. So that's kind of the Ben, that's kind of the timeline and the view that I think we've got moving forward at this point. And frankly, at that point, then, you know, you've got regular meetings, the next actual regular meeting scheduled. You do have a meeting scheduled in November, but you know, the next regular meeting, so to speak, is January. And I think we'll just have to see how this proceeds. I'm, like I said earlier, wanting this to fit within your other scope of work and have it be meaningful, but also not press the point, but not take forever either. So trying to hit a good spot there. So that's the plan, and be glad to take any comments on the next steps if there are any.
I think, Clark, we need to move on.
Okay.
Because yeah, we're gonna lose everybody. Thank you very much. It's great to have you here in person.
Thank you, Jim.
Really appreciate all the work so far, and I'm confident we're gonna get this accomplished.
Me too.
On that timeline.
Yeah.
I can see the progress happening.
Good. Thank you.
So with that, we will have Ryan's going to lead us on a discussion on the 20-year strategic plan, and but we're going to take a 10-minute break first before Ryan starts with that. And so let's return at 12:15.
So Nathan, if you can hear me, please go ahead and try to do your mic check, video check, and then a screen share check in that order.
Thank you. Mic check. I'm here. And I'm gonna go ahead and turn on my video. Can you all see me?
Copy that. I can see you and hear you.
We'll go ahead and share my screen.
Are you able to? Yeah, there you go.
I want to give me 1 second here.
Welcome. Welcome. Yeah.
And I'm just staring at the audience while they stare at me.
True, but you are on a hot mic, by the way. Okay. All right. Okay, Nate, go ahead and try and advance your slides. We'll see if it reacts on our side.
Can you see it in presenter mode?
We can see your face next to the slide.
Okay.
It says Oregon's 20-year. Yep, perfect. Okay, wonderful.
Okay. And then it's not showing the talking points. It's the presenter.
No talking points, nothing. It's just the slides themselves. So you did the right the right protocol.
Thank you. We'll try again when it's time, just to make sure.
No worries. Your phone, your microphone's a little hot. I don't know if that's us or not, but just letting you know, we'll retest it once we actually introduce the item. So just be prepared.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, bye.
Hey, everyone, we'll reconvene and be turning this over to Ryan. I just wanted to, Brenda was not feeling well, so I think she has abandoned us. Yeah, we'll try to get through this as quickly as possible. I guess there's going to be a little food here available for us afterwards, before we all head home. All right, Ryan.
Great. Well, thank you, Chair Kelly and State Forestry from Komodo board members. Appreciate the indulgence here. This item was on the agenda yesterday, and we bumped it forward just to create a little bit of space for all of the testimony. It's a tough spot to be at the end of a two-day meeting and before lunch, so we will endeavor to be quick. I am joined by Nathan Beckman remotely, and Nathan has been leading this effort, and he's going to provide most of the presentation. I did want to provide some upfront comments. I also want to acknowledge Megan Frizzell and all of the work that she has invested to help support this. She's not able to join us today. She's spending some time with her children at the zoo up in Portland, I think. Also really important to acknowledge our partners in the state and federal agencies that are engaged in this work. I've really seen a lot of impressive engagement and dedication and passion from them, and that's what's made this possible. So our topic is an update on the 20-year strategy. And it was important for us to fit this in as we do have a June 30 report that we are preparing for the legislature. And we wanted to have this touch point with all of you before that goes in. So SB 762 provided a relatively small amount of direction for this 20-year strategy. As the staff report reads, it said, develop a 20-year strategic plan as described in the shared stewardship agreement signed on August 13th, 2019, that prioritizes restoration actions and geographies for wildfire risk reduction. The plan must be able to be used to direct federal, state, and private investments in a tangible way. So that was the starting point. And there also isn't really a clear timeline other than that 20-year planning horizon and the reference to the shared stewardship MOU. And so I know that's where Nathan anchored in. It seems like pretty straightforward direction, but it's not necessarily a straightforward task. I think we could have easily created a static document that would address that immediate direction. But I don't think there'd be as much value as there is in building capacity and social capital around the body of work that's necessary to allow this effort to be relevant and persist indefinitely. Institutionalizing mechanisms to set priorities and direct funds, even as social and environmental factors shift over time. It's kind of what we've been talking about here in the morning with our strategic planning. So that was kind of a mouthful. What I'm really saying is that it can't just be a plan. We've got to create the right conditions to achieve the objective that 762 calls out. In doing that, we really have to create the space for all of those partners and agencies to sit down and talk about where we have shared priorities before we can really direct investments. So what's the work we've done to date to begin building the foundation? Nathan and team have really begun to formalize shared stewardship, including governance that describes how state and federal agencies collaborate at the leadership level, and really getting those agency leaders together to start thinking about where they do have overlapping priorities and want to make shared investments. They've laid the foundation for engagement of tribes and existing collaborative groups in this body of work. And that's really about understanding what the needs and the barriers are that can be addressed by the shared stewardship group. They've identified priority geographies and priority actions for forest and range restoration statewide. And that's really forming the basis for some decision support tools that Nathan is going to describe in a little bit more detail. And most importantly, in the direction that Nathan's presentation will go, they've described some near-term investments that are really needed to fully develop and implement a 20-year strategy. Before I turn it over to Nathan to talk about some of those things, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge all the really great work that happens locally in this space. It's a key component of the work that we're doing, which is not intended to replace or direct that local work, rather to support it via more coordination statewide. And to help build mechanisms that can address some of the institutional barriers to putting that work on the ground locally. We also want to help create the conditions to build local capacity and plan projects in high priority geographies where that work isn't currently proceeding, isn't currently moving forward. And finally, develop the interagency coordination and capacity that's needed to better track and report progress at a landscape scale, so that we can not only tell the story of the work that's happening, but also do a better job of getting back to directing resources where they're most needed. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nathan. And Nathan, I hope that helps to set you up as you get started with your presentation.
Yeah, it's great. Thank you, Ryan. Go ahead and can we see the presenter mode and hear me okay?
Yeah, we've got you loud and clear.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the great introduction. And I'll dive into about a 10-minute presentation, and Ryan and I would happily answer any questions afterwards. I'm just going to kind of start here with looking at these key components of shared stewardship, as Ryan had mentioned, really setting it up. And as we're finalizing the development of the 20-year strategy, we have been working through Oregon shared stewardship governance structure, which involves 3 state and 4 federal agencies. We have a statewide advisory group, engagement with local forest and range collaboratives and partnerships, and also engagement with the 9 federally recognized tribes of Oregon. And our initial shared priority geographies and actions have been identified and are being finalized by the end of the month. Just kind of a quick overview of those priority geographies and actions. The initial shared priority geographies amongst the shared stewardship agencies really reflect areas of the highest wildfire risk using the 2018 quantitative wildfire risk assessment. Also, the areas of highest landscape health priorities based on forest restoration needs, sagebrush ecological integrity, looking at insect and disease risk, and also climate and moisture deficit. And then they're adjusted based on existing project and agency priorities. Also, recent large harmful wildfires and proximity to high-risk wildland urban interface areas. And also looking at the priority actions that have been identified in the strategy, and not limited to, but looking at building capacity to implement on-the-ground resilience projects. Also proper engagement with the tribes, local and regional groups, and communities to develop shared values and implement resilience projects. Planning, including local landscape assessments and interagency work plans. And then on the ground actions, including hand and mechanical treatments, controlled burns, managed fire, removal of invasive species, and long-term maintenance of treatments. As mentioned, developing and maintaining product utilization and mill infrastructure to process the restoration treatment materials, post-fire restoration activities, and then also monitoring data collection and research. And then also looking at developing decision support tools and information, new funding mechanisms, and then also increasing communications and public awareness. Just a real quick overview of, go ahead.
I don't think this slide has advanced on our side. I'm guessing that you're not looking at the graphic.
That's correct. I'll advance it here in just a second. Just wanted to kind of high level overview here of these key components of the shared priorities, coordinated actions, and investments. Kind of wrap this piece of it up. The 20-year strategy, it also seeks, as mentioned, to guide federal, state, and private investments towards these priority areas, these geographies, and also these actions that I briefly discussed. So jumping into kind of that high level overview, moving into implementation of the strategy. Really, the implementation is going to require some new activities and changes to how the agencies operate internally and externally. And these new approaches, they take time to put into place and require guidance and support of our agency leaders and a wide range of staff, input from tribes, community groups, and many others. Also require financial and staff resources to implement, and looking at procedural and policy changes at a range of levels. There's a couple recommendations that are coming out in the strategy, and I'll hit on those briefly. First one's looking at achieving healthy and resilient landscapes. It's going to require working in partnership across agencies with the tribes, the regional groups, and many others as discussed. We all really play an important role in this work. The governance structure currently provides effective forums for agencies, but additional work is needed to create forums for engagements, and resources are needed to support capacity building, implementation, equity, and local needs. Also intended to focus our resources and concentrate these resources in priority geographies to address the highest priority needs and gain the economies of scale. And investments include landscape resiliency treatments, capacity and readiness support, other priority actions as I previously described. And the funding sources and the programs identified in the strategy, they all have unique purposes, restrictions, uses, and it's up to each agency to determine how to adapt these programs to these shared stewardship goals. And looking at promoting local landscape assessments and planning, we know that the current priority geographies that are identified, they're broad landscapes where resilience needs are high, but they don't specify operational units or actions to be done within those landscapes. Really to clarify those needs and actions at the local level, the agency field staff, tribes, regional groups are intended to be supported to produce landscape assessments, the local strategies, and local work plans. And also help identify local treatment priorities. We know that constraints to implementation and funding needs, and really to produce these items, local groups will benefit from funding support, the technical assistance, and a consistent framework to clarify the expectations. Also looking at expanding projects through coordination. The role of the governance structure that we set up needs to evolve as we focus on coordinating shared stewardship projects across the agencies, the jurisdictions, different funding sources, and partners. There's a scientific and resource assessment network known as SARA, and a decision support information hub that will provide scientific support and data to inform decisions. And also, we know that increasing pace and scale of landscape resilience is currently hindered by limited human capacity at the agency and local levels. Although the recent funding increases that we're seeing have created important opportunities for advancing the shared stewardship goals, additional agency and local capacity is needed. Also, agency and local partners seek to increase the pace and scale of landscape resiliency work. We know that attention needs to be towards removing bottlenecks and ensure that the local agency capacity is sufficient to achieve these goals. And over the longer term, it's going to be necessary to support workforce development in key fields. Additionally, agencies will coordinate data collection to track activities and expenditures and assess effectiveness and progress towards the goals. Web-based dashboard will be developed to display the information and supports communications with the legislature and the public. And information will also be incorporated into the decision support hub that will inform updates to geographic priorities, goals, and investments over the next 20 years and beyond. So kind of looking at those, how the implementation will happen, there's a few key near-term components for implementation. And these components are key early investments that contribute to increasing the pace and scale of treatments and to achieve the goals of the strategy. The strategy makes these following recommendations. The first one's looking at governance and engagement. Really starting with the partner summits to bring together all the partners involved in shared stewardship and really kick off the implementation of the 20-year strategy. Also, move the shared stewardship governance structure from developing to implementing. That's a key piece here, is moving into the implementation. and creating mechanisms to strengthen partnerships with the tribes and local communities, private landowners and industries, local partners, partnerships and collaboratives. And really being rooted in science and information and different assessments, that scientific and resource assessment network is intended to provide scientific data and decision support for the implementing agencies and local groups, and provide them with access to expertise, techniques, tools, and science to support shared stewardship planning at the state and local levels. And in alignment with that network, a decision support information hub, which is a mechanism to collect and share data and information at the state and local levels, and really is used to track progress on goals and inform updates to geographic priorities and the investment decisions that are being made. And additionally, a tracking system and a dashboard will communicate progress on investments, the actions, the outcomes, and will be based on the goals and metrics established in the strategy. And will communicate shared stewardship progress to all the interested parties and inform the allocation of state and federal resources. And most importantly, for areas that do not have adequate or up-to-date local landscape assessments, the partner agencies working together and will engage with the tribes and the regional groups to complete them. These assessments include evaluation of collaborative governance, looking at wildfire risk and landscape health, treatment progress and needs, public health and smoke vulnerability, equity and social vulnerability, and also looking at that business and economic development opportunities. Also fully understand that increasing public awareness of the inevitability of wildfire, really the importance of understanding how to live safely with it, and then also the current progress towards achieving healthy and resilient landscapes in the state are also key components to reducing wildfire risk. The steps towards increasing public awareness include the development of an interagency communications plan, clear, consistent messaging and information what's happening on the grounds, and then really to bring it all together, a central multi-agency shared stewardship website that displays a strategy, accomplishment tracking dashboard, and a program and funding opportunities. And the last piece to wrap it up here is the capacity. We all know that we're very strapped for capacity, but also many of the tribes have limited capacity to engage on the range of topics requested by the states, and that includes shared stewardship efforts as well. Underserved communities are often underrepresented in the landscape resilience decision-making, yet are affected by wildfire smoke and other impacts. And we need to dedicate the resources and the mechanisms to create the conditions for consistent involvement in landscape resiliency strategy. We're really committed to greater engagement and equity in implementing the strategy. Partner agencies are seeking appropriate mechanisms to support tribal engagement and partnership and shared stewardship efforts, and are committed to greater engagement with underserved communities. And the last piece of it, forest and rangeland partnerships and collaboratives really are central to implementation of the 20-year strategy, and often receive inconsistent funding, which is a significant barrier to building and maintaining the capacity of the groups to be effective. And the partner agencies are really committed to exploring a range of options for supporting these groups. So to wrap this up, we know that if the strategy is successful, it's going to result in landscape treatments implemented in priority areas at the needed pace and scale. It's really going to require productive partnerships between federal and state agencies, tribes, local governments, private landowners and industries, forest and rangeland groups, environmental community groups, researchers, and others. And really working through the key components of the shared stewardship, as I showed before, effectively and efficiently implementing the strategy and investing in the near-term components for implementation. Oregon really can reduce the risk of wildfire through creating and maintaining healthy and resilient landscapes. So I'll go ahead and stop there and quit sharing, and happy to answer any questions or any follow-up.
Thank you. Great presentation. At the risk of oversimplification, it seems to be that much of what this is about is about maximizing the federal dollars we can bring to Oregon and spending them intelligently. And with that in mind, in terms of our tracking progress, are we going to be comparing ourselves to neighboring states, Washington, Idaho, California? And so in other words, I'm looking at this in a pretty crass way. How are we doing? How will we be doing competing for those dollars? Because I think that's going to be an important measure.
You want me to jump in there, Nathan?
I think that's for you, Ryan.
Yeah, if you started, I'm happy to follow up as well.
Yeah, well, I always hesitate to compare ourselves to other states. I get where you're going with that. Specifically to the dashboard tool that we're envisioning, it's less about tracking the influx of federal dollars and more about tracking where funds, regardless of source, whether they be federal, state, or philanthropic, where they're going on the ground and the impact that they're bringing about. And there's a lot of work to be done then. If we're talking about, well, what's the impact? We got to decide how we're measuring that. And that means we have to agree with all of our partners about how we're measuring it and then start collecting data in the same way and feeding it into a system to be able to do that. And that's really the work forward on that dashboard, which then helps us, I think, to better tell if we can show that we're moving the needle, that we're making progress with those investments, we're more likely to attract additional investment.
That all sounds, reasonable and fair enough, but I think this board and this department will be criticized if the media story is Oregon didn't have their act together, and look how other Western states did in terms of attracting the dollars. And so I still would stand by what I'm saying. I think it's going to be an important measure going forward.
I can't disagree. And I'd say, ODF has a part of that, but certainly the state as a whole plays a role there. And I know that the governor's office is
Fair enough.
definitely paying attention to that. And the department works hard to pull in federal funds, certainly.
Liz.
So I have a question that might relate to this. Nathan, on the federal dollars, from what you know of the high priority areas, isn't Oregon, Central Oregon and Southwestern Oregon, some of the highest priorities within the Pacific Northwest? Did I not see a map about that?
Yeah, that's correct. And
they're both in Oregon.
yeah, we have some pretty high priority landscapes for the U.S. Forest Service. In addition, the BLM just announced some high priority restoration landscapes, two of them being in Oregon as well, Southwest and Southeast Oregon. And really the idea here too is leveraging state and federal dollars and working together cross boundary to really make an impact. So understanding where these federal dollars are being put on the ground, and also our state dollars, the Landscape Resiliency Program through Senate Bill 762, and really leveraging that and working together to reduce the impact. So Liz, to answer your question, there's a lot of high risk areas in the state of Oregon, and there's a lot of resources coming, and we want to make sure that we're utilizing those resources the best we can.
I sure want to agree, Jim, with what you said. And my sense is some of us spent a lot of time at the federal level to help get these dollars going. And Oregon is not a leader in this, and really competing for these dollars right now. And certainly we understand the scalability of what we need to do. So Ryan, I would just really encourage us to think about our competitiveness here. Where are we today? How are we measuring compared to these other states? And how do we really get going in this arena? Because certainly we've had some real partnership at the federal level getting those dollars. And let's make Oregon proud here and these senators that really help push this over the top.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely appreciate that. I think ODF works really well in this space personally, and can offer a lot of anecdotal examples of that. We've also seen some pretty significant investment all the way down the Cascades and in Southwest Oregon and now in Southeast Oregon between the Forest Service and the BLM specifically.
But that's just not my perspective. I think if we look at the acres, actually handled and treated, that'd be a good discussion for this board, is that scalability, because certainly there's entities that would disagree that we are even beginning to get to a scalable notion.
But if I may, just one other thing I would mention is that there are certainly a number of barriers that we face as well that I think are worth, discussing. I'm going to be cognizant of time. But, within our agency specifically, within state government specifically, we face a lot of capacity barriers around position authority. That is definitely a major concern for us at ODF. We also face, as we know, constraints within the sector. And there's a lot of, everybody wants to bring the money in and get the work done. Sometimes it's easier, well, it's often easier to get the money in than it is to actually get the work done, to bring the resources to bear, whether they be state employees, nonprofits or other local partners, or the actual contractors that do it. And so I think that's an important part of the discussion as well.
Thanks, Ryan. That was actually going to be my point. Like, I think it's fantastic. There's all this federal funding available. There's a really, really big bottleneck in terms of actually moving that money onto the ground. Yeah. And I'm not sure if I'm assuming that that's shared in other states as well. I'm not positive about that. I'd be curious. But it's administrative capacity at the state level, right? It's in contracting personnel to move that federal fund where it needs to go. It's all state agency capacity, it's contracting capacity, and those aren't alleviating anytime soon. And the hiring challenges that are being encountered by all sectors, including the state, are still tremendous. And so I'm trying to figure out how much that applies to just, I mean, again, some of this is shared, so it shouldn't maybe affect our competitiveness as compared to other states. But some of it may be particularly pronounced here. And I'm wondering at what point that's going to, they're going to stop devoting dollars because we just can't move it as quickly as everybody would like. And I'm not really sure how those get addressed.
I would encourage us to back away just a bit and think about how do we incentivize capital toward our problem.
Yeah.
And not chase it away, but how do we incentivize capital and labor toward our problem? And how do we get creative in doing that?
Yeah, and I would also encourage us to put a spotlight on those challenges and on those constraints, and update this board and put a spotlight on that. I mean, we need to think about the resources. We have an unbelievable amount of labor resources in the logging industry that can do, that can very well do a lot of this work. And so I think it's going to be also important to spotlight that and make sure we engage those contractors that exist to make sure we're exploiting all avenues to get that kind of work done.
And I was going to, I'll piggyback on that and ask Mike, at the federal level, you move people from the south to the west, to help with all sorts of prescribed burning and such when their season's over. So I really like what Joe's saying, but I'm just always wondering, do you have agreements with other states, to get this, who would love to come to the Pacific Northwest and be here and help with the resources? I didn't even know if you have that.
So yes and no. Relative to fire, we share resources very well. Generally, especially for like ODF, that's for fire suppression. We do send our assets elsewhere for other activities, but it's generally in an emergency service scenario from to help do mitigation efforts. I wouldn't say that has been something utilized in the past. Absolutely. The federal system is more readily available to do things like that and have done that more, mostly with mitigation efforts as it relates to fire, prescribed fire. But we don't conduct a lot of prescribed fire on private land, so we're not really engaged in that arena currently.
Okay, I'm gonna, I agree. We need to try to get up to scale, but and I agree with you, Carla. We don't have enough. I mean, even if we got all the federal dollars, we wouldn't be able to attack this problem. So we do need to do things like track capital and make it incentives. We need to work on workforce But the next step in this implementation is we need to go out and get funding for the communication tools to start getting this story out, like the dashboard. And so that's what Ryan and I and Nathan are gonna go try to do, is find dollars to fund this effort, start funding the implementation.
I think this organization is brilliant in how you attract private capital in fire. You already have the model, you know how to do that. And it's the same exact concept. How do you attract that investment to where that demand and need is? And you already have a brilliant model because you do it every day.
So it's a great discussion, but reading the room, I think it's time to put an end to this, and thank you. Ryan, very much, both of you, for a good presentation. And we have our last item, which is a meeting wrap up. And I would suggest that we invite the executive team up here and try to do this in very short order. You know, Carla, those things that I thought we should discuss in a meeting wrap up, I don't think we really have time to, but maybe you and I could have a phone conversation on some of those here sometime in the near future. And other than that, whoever has anything else that needs to be said, now's your opportunity.
Now we're on the afternoon, so good afternoon, folks. Brian Pugh, the area director. As you all leave and drive home, and just a parting thought from Eastern Oregon is it's really an honor to host the board of forestry. We had you on the first tour in Bend last April. We had you in Enterprise last month, and here again in Sisters today. And really, it's an opportunity to engage with staff. You know, my staff had that full back row yesterday and saw your hard work, heard a lot of good public comments, got to have lunch with you, got to spend the evening with you at the social. So it's really an honor. And for us, we get to highlight some of our good work locally, the connections to the communities, the connections to the other agencies. So the comment was made earlier, and it's true. There's work that we have to do that Hillary leads and does a great effort out of hosting you, but we really appreciate you coming out to the local communities and having this opportunity with the board. So I want to thank you for that, and suggest we all have safe travels home today. Thank you.
We just came out here so we could see you again, Brian. Anything else?
I'll just follow up on that real quick and say thanks for hosting us. I really want to acknowledge, as always, the work that Hillary puts into making these meetings seamless. And it was no easy task yesterday to manage all of the public comment, both in person and virtually, and move things around in the agenda. I think on the outside, that all looked very, very easy. And just again, appreciate the support from the local district here as well, and the community in making the evening social such a success. So thank you, and thank you, Hillary.
Yeah, and I guess a final thank you to all those who have hung in here with us, and to everyone who came and testified and been involved over the last 2 days. Thank you all. And with that, we are adjourned.